It's the 4th National Conference on Material Sciences. Now, I'd like to begin. We all are here. Thank you, everyone. Now, as is the customary practice at Amity University, of offering prayers to Ma Saraswati on the auspicious occasion, let us begin this event with the lamp lighting ceremony. May I please request Sunita Kumawat ma'am to take the stage. And I would like to request all the dignitaries to please come on the stage for the lighting of the lamp.
Om Bhuvaswah Tasya Vitur Varenam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodaya Shubham Karoti Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Shubham Karoti Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya Deepak Jyotir Namostute Deepak Jyotir Namostute Shubham Karoti Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Ya Devi Sarvabhutesu Shatrubhuterna Sanstita Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Shakti Rupena Sanstita Namastasya 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 Namo Namah Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Vidyarupena Sanstita Namastasya 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 Namo Namah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Bhagwan kare, Ma Saraswati hum sab par apni kripa banaye rakhe. And with this, we commence with the Multifunctional Advanced Materials MAM2023 conference, 4th one. William Lawrence Bragg once said, the important thing in science is not so much to obtain new facts as it is to discover new ways of thinking about them. Taking cue from these words, I, on behalf of the whole organizing committee, would like to extend a very warm welcome to everyone present here for the 4th National Conference on Multifunctional Advanced Materials. We are extremely honored to have amongst us our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Aseem Chauhan sir, our Vice Chancellor, Professor P.B. Sharma sir, our Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Madhukar sir, and our esteemed Chief Guest, Shri Prateep Kishore, Director, TBRL. We also have with us today the very esteemed guest, Dr. Mrinal Pal, Chief Scientist, CSIR, Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute, Kolkata. To commence the conference, I would like to request Dr. Atul Thakur, HOI Director is Amity Center for Nanotechnology and Amity School of Applied Sciences, Amity University, Haryana, to please deliver his opening remarks. Sir, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Deepa. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the 4th National Conference on Multifunctional Advanced Materials, MAM2023. being organized by MIT Institute of Nanotechnology in collaboration with MIT School of Applied Sciences and MIT School of Engineering and Technology, MIT University, Haryana, from May 3rd to May 5th, 2023. I welcome our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Aseem Chauhan, Professor Pratik Kishore, Director, Terminal Ballistic Research Lab, DRDO, Chandigarh, Professor P.B. Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Vikas Madhukar, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mrinal Pal, Chief Scientist and Head, Functional Materials and Devices Division, CSIR, Kolkata, HOIs, HODs, faculty members, and my dear students. Aligned with the vision of our Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Aseem Chauhan, to make MIT a world-class research-driven university, I strongly believe that an event like this will lead to the development of an interactive scientific platform for researchers, academicians, and renowned scientists, which would help in establishing national and international scientific network. My sincere gratitude for the support and encouragements. This conference on multifunctional advanced materials will provide a forum for exchange of information, ideas in all areas of advanced material research to encourage the interdisciplinary research, bridging the gap between magnetic materials, nanotechnology, composite material, shock wave-induced materials, physics, chemistry, biomaterials, electronics, among others. The 3-day conference will cover the entire scope of MAM2023. Our technical program is rich and varied with 2 keynote addresses, 20 invited lectures, around 85 technical papers split between 6 oral sessions, 3 poster sessions during these 3 days. We all are looking forward to keynote and invited lectures from speakers, Professor A.C. Sun from Yunzhe University, Taiwan, Professor Faiyu Wang, Dean, Nanjing University of Information Science and Technology, China, Dr. Nikhil Bhala, University of Ulster, UK, Professor David from National Taiwan University, Professor Shavi from Paris, France, Professor Yasin from Saudi Arabia, as well as from Professor N. Vijayan, Senior Principal Scientist from NPL, Dr. Mrinal Pal, CSR Kolkata, Professor Pravendra Kumar, former Director, SPIC, DRDO, Dr. P.K. Soni, Dr. Sanjeev Verma, Dr. Arjun Singh, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Dr. Ashish Seni from T. Viral, DRDO, Chandigarh, Professor A.S. Rao from DTU, Professor R. Nagarajan, Delhi University, Professor Pankaj Thakur, JNU, in coming days. This conference will publish all the accepted and presented papers in form of proceedings with an ISBN number. The efforts and hard work of the organizing and local organizing team members are praiseworthy. Without their commitment and contributions, this event would not have been possible at this time. I would also like to thank all young scientists, researchers, faculty members for submitting their abstracts and look forward to strong networking and collaboration. I express my thanks to all the administrative officers of MIT University for the logistics support providing in making this event possible. Wishing all the participants a happy and pleasant stay and to have a fruitful time at MIT University, Haryana. Looking forward to a successful and inspiring event. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to welcome Professor Vikas Madhukar, sir, to please address the gathering. Sir, please.
Honorable Chancellor, Sir Dr. Aseem K. Chauhan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. P.B. Sharma, Shri Pratik Kishore, Director, TBRL, all deans, directors, faculty members, and distinguished guests from various institutions, and my dear students, a very good afternoon, good morning to all of you. On behalf of Amity University, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this very important 3 days conference on multifunctional advanced material. When I look at this topic of multifunctional advanced material, I found that this has a great significance from economic perspective, social perspective, and environment perspective. Particularly when I relate it to business and management, I see that material is a very important part of end product. And the quality of raw material not only determine the quality of end product, but also it affects the product and its use on many ways, and ultimately play a very important role in determining the competitiveness of a particular company in marketplace. When I say material is very important, it is why? Because the material constitute major part of a product. And if I look at from the perspective of cost, in the total cost of production, material cost vary from 40% to even 80 and 90%, depend upon industry to industry. So when I say that the material cost is a very substantial part of total cost of product, we find a lot of opportunity, not only of cost reduction, but also adding value to final product in different ways. Now, when we're talking about multifunctionality of product or the alternate use of product, and when we couple this concept with the concept of value engineering and value analysis, we find a lot of scope of product development, product improvement, and there are a lot of benefit which are derived with reference to the environment, with reference to the increasing the efficiency of processes, with reference to lowering the consumption, reducing the system size, weight. Of course, I talked about cost, increasing safety, and overall increasing the efficiency. You know, when I look back and compare the product of today which are available and the same product which was available 20 years, 15 years back down the line, I found a lot of difference in terms of their quality, in terms of the look and feel of the product, in terms of the overall performance of the product. And of course, it has become more and more lighter. And this all has been possible because of the continuous improvement and research in the area of material sciences. So I'm quite happy and appreciate Dr. Atul Thakur and his team for organizing this 3 days conference on such an important topic of advanced material, which is really a need of the hour. And as he was mentioning, the kind of overwhelming response which this conference has received from the scientific community is commendable. I'm sure that this conference will provide a great platform and opportunity to all participants, to all students, to all scientific community to discuss and deliberate the important issue. And I'm sure that the outcome of this conference will add tremendous value to the literature, to the area of advanced material sciences. I wish all the success and very best to all participants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your very kind and supportive words. I would now like to request Professor P.B. Sharma, sir, to please share his visionary thoughts with us. Sir, please.
Our very distinguished chief guest this morning, Dr. Pratik Kishorji from DRDO, senior scientists who are accompanying the director of TBRL for this conference, the chief scientist from CSIR lab from Calcutta, Dr. Mrilal Palji, the proprietor of the Cosmos Ferrite from Himachal Pradesh, Mr. Haldar. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, let me at the outset express my profound delight and happiness in being with you this morning at a conference which has been put together by our very distinguished nanoscientist at our university, Dr. Atul Thakur and Dr. Preeti Thakur, and their team, which is working relentlessly to pursue the frontiers of nanoscience and technology for the goodness of the mankind at large. My Pro-Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vikas Madhukar, has rightly pointed out that in the times to come, you will find nanoscience and technology impacting all aspects of human endeavor, and it will make a big business sense in going nano and utilizing the strength of the nanoparticles for a variety of things which we like to achieve in our life. It is going to impact your healthcare. It's going to assure you longevity, improve your immunity through nanomedicines and nano interventions of the kind that are coming in health sector. It is going to provide you materials of immense capabilities by which you would be able to say that I have got materials which otherwise look ductile. They could be from the root of aluminum, but they could be 100 times more stronger than perhaps the steel is today. You would also be having materials which will have the capability to perform miracles of the kind that we are waiting to be performed. People like me have been highly excited about nanoscience and technology. From my days, I joined Amity University here or earlier at Delhi Technological University. I see a great promise to be delivered on the strength of nanoscience and technology because I firmly believe that nanoscience is the science of God. Nanoscience is science of God, and it is also the science of nature. And if God is utilizing nanoscience for creating this beautiful world around of great diversity, of great beauty, of great benefit to all of us, I'm sure the promise of creating a bright future on the strength of nanoscience and technology lies ahead. Having said this, let me also say that the nanoscience and technology is unfolding into the new, every day into new vistas and new arenas. When I was at IIT Delhi at that time, I used to say that we are paying only a lip service to the cause of material science, because at that time we were looking only to what we call the ferrous materials or non-ferrous materials of the kind that we discovered through our studies in metallurgy. Polymer science was just coming in that time, and it was making big headway, and we moved from ferrous and non-ferrous to the polymeric materials. But we could not realize the power of nano and power of nanoscience and technology, power of nanomaterials, till I reshaped Delhi College of Engineering into Delhi Technological University. I established there the Department of Nanoscience and Technology, a master's program without any facilities whatsoever, because I thought I will utilize the facilities which already exist with the DRDO in the SPL nearby, in Delhi University, in the Department of Applied Physics, and also in IIT, where you have a whole lot of facilities for physics, chemistry, and other allied sciences. Because nanoscience is amalgamation of all sciences put together. It involves physics, it involves chemistry, it involves, of course, the frontal areas of mathematics, and it also has a direct interface with what you call the biological sciences. And through nanoscience, you could enter into the world of creation of this beautiful world and start solving some of the pressing problems that we have on our doorstep. The problem of wastewater treatment, for example, which India is facing today, could be solved through nanoscience and technology route. At our own university, when I interacted with Dr. Thakur, when he joined us, I asked him, look at nanoscience and technology for solving some of our pressing problems, beyond creating, of course, capabilities of great materials that will reshape the shape of communication technology, electronics, and manufacturing tomorrow. We took it seriously, and we started looking at what can nanoparticle do to treat the wastewater from variety of sources that we have in plenty in our country today. And he developed nanocomposites, nanoparticle composites, by which you were able to combine the capabilities of nanoparticles for killing the bacteria, for attracting the heavy metals, and also doing miracles for treatment of the wastewater from the composite nanoparticles. And we then took the project to Jal Shakti, the Ministry of Water, and established, in fact, a pilot plant by which you are able to ensure that nanoscience and technology of today would do wonders in solving the problem of wastewater treatment for our country. It's a monumental problem because currently we are treating only 18 to 20% of our wastewater that we produce. Advanced nations require treatment of almost every single drop of wastewater that we produce. And our Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, erected by the Honorable Prime Minister, clearly laid down that we want to achieve the day when every single drop of wastewater is treated and recycled and reutilized, and nothing untreated is discharged into the water bodies which have destroyed our holy rivers so far. And it is this kind of mission you could attempt to contribute to utilizing nanoscience and technology. But wastewater is not the only thing for which nanoscience and technology would do wonders. It would do wonders tomorrow in the field of healthcare. It will do wonders in the field of nanosensors. It will do wonders in treating even the deadly diseases like cancer. When Dr. Deepa Suhag, who was comparing this conference in the beginning, she came to meet me. I said, what do you want to do with nanoscience and technology? She said, I have submitted a project on hydrogel. Hydrogel means you apply a wet cloth on a wound which you have, maybe a cut you have got in the kitchen. My father used to treat almost everything, including fever and cuts, by utilizing the wet water clothing tied up around the wounds. Or when you have the fever, he will put a wet cloth on the tummy and say, don't worry too much, keep breathing for a while and you will see your fever disappearing. So I vowed to Dr. Deepa Suhag that your hydrogel will work. And we all know today that hydrogel works to do a lot of wound healing beyond what we have understood earlier. And the reason is very simple. Water is perhaps the finest example of the nanoparticles and nanoparticle-based fluid that you would have in the world. And therefore, the nanoparticles of water do wonders for healing even some of the most important wounds which you would otherwise have. It will do wonders in terms of nanomedicines also. I stand before you as someone who can testify that nanomedicine works. I had asthma for 20 years. I caught it up in UK when I was finalizing and finishing my doctorate at University of Birmingham, because a lot of coal dust was coming into the lab, which I was utilizing for my studies. And when I came to IIT, it became even worse because Delhi's air quality was worse than what you would have anywhere else. And I continued with this problem, went around the world for solution. Everybody was saying you have to live with asthma up to the last breath. It will not kill you, but it will also not go. I said, I don't want to live with a disease because I have to roar like a lion and work like a tiger wherever I am. And it required tremendous amount of vibrancy, courage, competence, and actions, and asthma would put you down. So one day I wrote a letter to God Almighty that you take either me back or you take your asthma back. And the letter was dropped in the post office in Delhi College of Engineering campus. And then see, the God Almighty listens. I met a little girl who was finalizing her homeopathy internship at Safdarjung Hospital. She said, I'll treat your asthma for good, which nobody else could earlier. And believe it or not, only 2 doses of homeopathy medicine administered on the tongue with those small sugar pills finished my asthma for good and forever as early as 1998. So after 20 years, asthma disappeared. Through your tongue, it goes through the nanopores of your tongues, and the nano medicine goes straight away like this and that and kills wherever that virus of asthma is there, which is creating havoc repeatedly every split or nanosecond for you. And it is this power of nano we need to understand to perform miracles of the kind that are required today. I'm not advocating here that you only submit to the cause of homeopathy. I'm asking you to look into the power of nano from the point of view of nanomedicines of the kind that we are currently researching upon. So great future lies ahead, in my opinion, in the health sector. Great future also lies ahead in the arena of nanoscience and technology performing miracles, both on the industrial front as well as on the front of economy, which Dr. Vikas Madhukar has so well mentioned. In fact, there is a great business in nanoscience and technology. Unfortunately, we are a little latecomer in terms of our contribution to research and development in nanoscience and technology from India. When I visited America in 1986, several universities I have gone and I asked the presidents of the universities, what are the frontal areas you are pursuing for shaping the future? And every one of them mentioned material science as an area of focus for future development and research. When I came back here in my own country, I found nanoscience, but the material science was still on the back burner. But we are now never too late. India is rising, and it's rising to great commitment to transform the nation into a developed economy, which will lead the next world from front. And therefore, nanoscience and technology, in my opinion, deserves all the support that it requires from everyone around, including the vice chancellors of the universities in India. Having said this, let me say that we feel immensely proud of working in Amity University, Haryana, where we are putting our best foot forward in the area of nanoscience and technology, because we believe that all sciences put together create what you call nanoscience and technology. All sciences and all engineering, when integrated, is what you call nanoscience and technology. And that is why nanoscience is the science of God, and nanoscience and technology together hold the answer of finding the secret of creation of this beautiful world on one hand, and maintaining it as the world of bliss and happiness, the promise that we have for the world tomorrow. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, may I express my profound happiness in being part and parcel of the inauguration of this 3-day national conference, which is being addressed by a galaxy of speakers from DRDO, from CSIR, from IIT, from DTU, from very many universities in India, and what more, the eminent scientists from Taiwan, from China, from Singapore, and from UK and France. They are all connected in this conference to give you the glimpses of the kind of advancement that we are doing on multifunctional advanced nanomaterials to create the world of bliss and happiness, world of great health for all, that the promise which we are making, and great economies of the scale that the world wants to create the promise of prosperity, good health, and happiness altogether. I wish you a great success for this conference, and I'm personally very happy that hundreds of younger researchers have responded to present their work during the conference. I extend to you the warmest greetings on behalf of my Honorable Chancellor, on behalf of the founder, President of MIT University, and also on my personal behalf for the great success of the deliberation. Let God bless you, and God bless you, Dr. Thakur, Dr. Preeti Thakur, Dr. Deepa Shuhag, Dr. Pathania sitting in front of me, and several other young scientists, including Dr. Krishnaiya. I cannot see her here, maybe she is busy putting together the conference, and my own friends who have come from Delhi Technological University and IIT. Let you have the best of the time here. And thank you so much, Dr. Pratik Kishorji, sir, and Dr. Mrinal Paul, sir, for giving us this honor of having you at our university for such an important conference. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There was a reason I said visionary address. So the problem, or the good part rather, I don't know. I would like to take the liberty of saying, the thing is, science is taken too seriously. If we could have more stories like sir shared with us, I think it would be more approachable. Thank you, sir, for sharing your vision with us, your experience. Now, I would like to request all the dignitaries to please come on the stage. We would like to proceed with the inauguration of conference proceedings, MAM 2023. Pratik Kishore sir, Mrinal sir, Soni sir, PB Sharma sir, Madhukar sir, Atul Thakur sir, Preeti ma'am, everyone, if I could please have the honor of having you all on the stage. Pramod sir. May I also please request Dr. Shalini Bhaskar ma'am to come on the stage. Soni sir, please. Katoch sir is also here with us. We also have Mr. Katoch sir with us, Cosmoferrite Company. Thank you. I would request the dignitaries to please stay back on the stage. Sorry, we would like to proceed with the mementos. Soni sir. The first memento, I would like to request Atul sir, PV Sharma sir, Madhukar sir to please present it to Pratik Kishore sir. Pratik sir, please. Next one. Mrinal sir, please. I would like to request Katoch sir, Atul sir, PV Sharma sir, and Madhukar sir to please present the next memento to Soni sir. Atul sir and Madhukar sir to please present the memento to VC sir. Professor PB Sharma. Uh, Professor PB Sharma sir and Professor Atul Thakur to please present the memento to our Pro Vice Chancellor Madhukar sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sirs. I would now like to take the honor of inviting Shri Prateek Kishore, Director TBRL Chandigarh, to please inaugurate the session officially and deliver his talk. Sir, could you please commence the conference? Thank you, sir.
Very good morning to all. Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Asim K. Chauhan, the Vice Chancellor, MIT University, Haryana, Professor PB Sharma ji, Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Vikas Madhukar ji, my fellow panelists, Dr. Mrinal Pal from CGCRI, Professor Atul Thakur and Dr. Preeti Thakur from MIT University, Haryana, all the faculty members, my colleagues from research institutes, members from faculties from academic institutes, and dear students and participants of the Functional Advanced Materials Conference, MAM2023 at MIT University, Haryana. First of all, my sincere thanks to the organizing committee to have given me this opportunity to be talking to you. And subsequently, I again will be talking about the requirements of multifunctional advanced materials for defense applications. And therefore, at this point in time, I only will take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee, wish them success in actually taking on a topic which is very contemporary, particularly if I look at it from the defense perspective. Materials, as Professor Sharma has brought out very aptly, I mean, initially it was always one of the subjects which was least preferred, but today it has become most important. Whatever we talk, wherever we talk of, it is always the material that first thing you have the feel of. And that is where the importance of the material actually starts building in. The performance of the product or the aesthetics of the product, it actually starts from there on. So I'll be talking about it in detail at this point in time. I wish the conference success. I hope that the papers that are being presented, the points that will be discussed, the technical issues that will be discussed, will take the development of multifunctional advanced materials in the country. It will take a leap from here on, and we will start converting from what we have in concepts, in theories, in papers, into products and systems. This is what will be the true it will be the completion of the total cycle of development from the material to the product. That is what we should always look at. With these words, I once again thank the organizing committee and wish them all the very best for the conference, 3-day conference. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I please request Dr. Preeti Thakur, ma'am, to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, one and all. On behalf of the organizing committee of multifunctional advanced materials organized by MIT Institute of Nanotechnology in collaboration with Amity School of Applied Sciences and Amity School of Engineering and Technology. My heartfelt thanks to our Honorable Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Rasim Chauhan, Professor Prateek Kishore, Director, Terminal Ballistic Research Laboratory, DRDO, Chandigarh, Professor P.V. Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Vikas Madhukar, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mrinal Pal, Chief Scientist, CSIR, Kolkata, for taking their valuable time and joining us today. My sincere gratitude to all the scientists and researchers who have come from different labs and institutes to attend the 3-day conference. Thanks are due to Amity University, Haryana for providing all the logistic requirement, IT team, and all the other departments. A note of thanks to our organizing committee members headed by Professor Atul Thakur, who are working day in and out to make this event successful. I especially would like to mention Dr. Shalini Bhaskar Bajaj, Dr. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Abhilash Pathania, Dr. Deepak Sohag, Dr. Lucky Krishnaiya, Dr. Khushbu Tripathi, Dr. Kamal Kumar, Dr. Sunita, Dr. Aina, and Dr. Leena, and many others. Please forgive me if I have omitted any name. So to make this event successful, hope all our participants will have a 3-day full of deliberation and scientific collaboration. Thank you, my dear students, for being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to request everyone to please proceed for tea. We'll be back in 15 minutes to begin with the technical session, the first technical session. Thank you. It's 20 minutes past 11. I want to request all the students to please be seated in 10 minutes. That's 11:30. He is presently serving as Chief Scientist, CSIR, Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute, Kolkata. His work involves semiconductor and nanostructured-based gas sensor for human health monitoring. Dr. Mrinal Pal completed his BSc and MSc in physics from Calcutta University. He has over 3 decades worth of experience. His ultimate aim, however, is to develop nanomaterial-based devices for the benefit of mankind. Recently, he has also been engaged in developing breath analyzer for monitoring human health, which has a great impact in our society. Sir, please.
No, this is mine. This one is.
This one?
No,
This one?
no, this one. The
D.
one, this one. Also, there is one video.
Yes. Sir, is that okay? if we
Yes,
go
yes.
live with your,
No, no, no. This is okay. If you need hybrid mode, then you can go like.
it's okay.
Yeah, yeah, I have no problem.
Okay. Sir, we change the slides from here.
These are not open. Yeah. No, save मत कीजिए, save मत कीजिए, इसमें बहुत सारा डेटा है ना, नहीं ठीक है, लेकिन इसको सेव करना मुश्किल, ठीक है, चलिए हम ऐसे ही बोल रहे हैं, करिए, लेकिन इसके लिए सेव करना पड़ेगा, ओ सेव शेयर पेपर नहीं पड़ेगा, या
सर्कल लाइव करना
This one is.
Yeah. Yeah. So good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I must thank the organizer for giving me this platform for sharing some of our activities which is going on at our center. I am basically from Central Glass Ceramic Research Institute, Calcutta. And as the name goes, we work on a lot of varieties of specialty glasses, also on ceramics, fibers, functional materials, biomaterials, and many other things. And in our division in particular, which is functional materials and devices division, we work mostly on sensors like piezo sensors, gas sensors, moisture sensors, biosensors. Also, we work on different other things like phase change material for temperature controlling. We also work on electrochromic glasses. We also work on different piezo-based material for different application in sonar and nano generator and all those things. But today, I am going to give you some highlights of sensor activities, that too on gas sensor. Being head of the department, I look after all the things in our division, but I will highlight only the application, that two particular application of gas sensor in today's platform. So before going into details of gas sensors and its particular application, let me introduce you what is sensor. Sensors basically a component of a device. Sensor is not at all a device. It's a small component of a device which detects any kind of signals or any change in environment and gives some output in terms of electrical or optical signal. So that is sensor. And if you talk about any sensor, first, let me say that sensors is nothing new. We have a lot of sense organ. As you know, we have 5 important sense organ in our body, which is given by Mother Nature, like our skin, eyes, nose, our tongue, everything is sensor. We call it Panchandriya. And all those are controlled by our brain. So these are sensors and these are given by Mother Nature. But the sensors which I am going to talk here today, these are called sixth sense, means they are prepared in the laboratory. They are artificial sensors. They are sensors which we are using nowadays very much. So the sensors, if I talk about the very primitive sensors are like this, your remotes of AC, TV, and all those things. And from starting from there, nowadays we are using so many sensors to get automated car without driver. And even this mobile which you are using every time, you will be surprised to know that it contains, a smart mobile contains more than 20 sensors. So that is sensor. And very recently, because of Corona, we use these two electronic gadgets. One is IR thermometer, another is your saturation oxygen meter, pulse oximeter. Both are also sensor. They are non-invasive kind of things. They can tell what is your body temperature. They can tell what is the oxygen concentration in your blood, hemoglobin is carrying. So all these are basically sensor, and most of them use basically IR technology. You know, IR infrared, it's a part of electromagnetic wave, which is used here for this kind of sensor. And nowadays, you know that this Google, Tesla, they are more interested. Their pet project is driverless car. And that driverless car is also being possible with the help of so many sensors. I have listed here only 14, but it is much more. And you know that if one sensor fails, your car will be in accident condition. So you have to be very much careful, and you have to use all the sensors in a synchronized mode so that nothing can fail. And as I told, most of them are IR based sensor. What is IR sensor? It basically use your IR range in electromagnetic waves, and that is nothing but it's a small component which has a transmitter means it transmits some IR light, and then it has some receiver also, photo detector kind of things, because it is kind of so photo detector kind of things, which will basically detect your things. So these are sensors which we used every day in our daily life without knowing all the details of all those things. But these IR sensors are nowadays very common and also very simple. So if anybody is interested, he can just Google it and he can learn much more about the sensor. But this is not all about the sensor. There are so many sensors in our practical life we use, which is mentioned in this chart. You can see there are more than 15 types of sensors, and this category has been made just because of the parameter which we want to sense, which we want to measure using sensor. So this kind of categorization has no other meaning, only things that it has to be sensed, it has to be measured. Now coming to our today's main highlights, as I told you, though we work on various kind of sensor like piezo sensor, moisture sensor, gas sensors, electrical sensors, optical sensors, I will highlight today gas sensors, and that too specific application. But for your information, this slide shows that in this gas sensors has also a lot of application in every aspect, starting from agricultural industry to our defense to medical, everywhere it is used. And some common type of gas sensors I am showing here, which is very common, and all of you have seen all those things. Like this one is this one is smart kitchen sensor in kitchen to detect the leakage of your kitchen gases. This is used. This is smoke detector. I am sure in this smart hall also there are a lot of this kind of smoke detectors which can detect the smoke. These are gas sensors, because gas is the component which has to be detected and by which it can give you alarm that some fire has occurred someplace in this hall. So these are common things. This one is also very important, indoor air quality monitoring sensor. As you know, since morning, we are more than 100 people are in this room. So it is very important to monitor the air quality inside the room. And this is the device which can monitor the air quality inside a closed room. Because if your environment in this room is not suitable for you, then you have to ventilate your air. Otherwise, it will ultimately affect you. And at the end of the day, you will find yourself that you have headache, you have some nausea, you have vomiting tendency like this. So these are very common type of gas sensor which is used. This one is ethylene sensor, gas sensor, which is used in agricultural sector. Because probably you have noticed that when particularly banana and some other fruits is cultivated from the farm, that is basically in green condition, and they are transported to some warehouse where by giving some control atmosphere of ethylene kind of things, we ripen them as we desire, because we need to transport these ripened fruits and banana, all those things to the vendors ultimately. So that kind of sensor is required, because if the concentration of your gas is much more, then it will be over ripening and it will be very difficult to transport them to different vendor at different place of the city or in different cities also. And this one is very good sensor, which is nowadays used by traffic surgeon. This is also kind of gas sensor, because they detect what kind of gas is coming out from your mouth, particularly whether you are drunken or not, whether some alcohol vapor is coming out or not. If it is, it crossed some certain limit, then traffic police will not allow you to drive, because it is harmful and you can have some accident. So that is very common nowadays. This is kind of another kind of sensor which can basically detect the quality of fish, whether it is rotten or it is fresh. Particularly, I am from Bengal, and Bengali people and Bangladesh people, they like they eat a lot of fish. So detection of quality of fish is very important. So that kind of sensor can detect whether your fish is rotten or fresh. And this one, the last one, this one is an artificial fish created by a group of scientists in UK, which used more than 20 sensors. And this basically underwater fish means using those kind of gas sensors, they can monitor the environment underwater from his laboratory only, because they have to check whether this water condition inside condition is good for marine creature or not. So this is also another kind of gas sensor. Also, not all these purpose, we also need to monitor our environment, external environment, because in your environment, I have seen that in your campus, there is air quality monitoring system. Why that is there? Because it is required. If some gases concentration is much more, then you will not feel healthy in this environment. So I have listed a lot of gases here, and its consequence on different part of our body. And sometimes it's happened that if the concentration is little more than our body can persist, then you will feel sick, and sometimes it got days also. Like when there is some leakage. Last week also there was some leakage in some plant. So in UP, and it creates death of more than 10 people. So you have to detect the concentration of that gases when it is leaked, because this table shows the limit. For example, ammonia, which is used in cold storage, up to 25 ppm, our body can tolerate. If it is little more like this 35 ppm, our body cannot tolerate. Maybe within 15-20 minutes, you will feel sick. And ultimately, if the concentration is much higher, because until and unless you are stopping the leakage, the concentration will go on increasing, and ultimately it will lead to death. So there also you need the use of gas sensors. Now coming to some science about these gas sensors. As this is a multifunctional material conference, I should say something about the material. For example, for these gas sensors, mostly they are based on semiconductor material. Why semiconductor? That I am coming, but from the literature, let me tell you, there is no thumb rule which semiconductor will be suitable for what kind of gases. But from the literature, it shows that this kind of for hydrogen, it is basically palladium and SNO2 nanocomposite, which is suitable, more suitable. For H2S, this is SNO2 and CO composite. Like that, there are some typical composite or single element which are suitable for some gases for detection. But as I told, there is no thumb rule. Now, why semiconductor material is needed? Why kind of oxide kinds of material is needed for this kind of gas sensor? Because as you know, this kind of semiconductor material has a band gap. And because of that, if you activate that material, some electron will go to conduction band. And this gas sensing particularly is a surface phenomena, and it is nothing but exchange of these carriers like electron and holes. So if it available in conduction band, then it can interact with your gases. It can either release electron or it can accept electron. It can release hole like that. So depending upon that exchange interaction, resistivity of that material will change, and that change will detect as a sense. So your material will, these are basically resistive kind of sensor, and by doing that kind of change in resistance, it will sense that it's a gas is there, and that kind of gas is for this kind of change. And from that, you can say what gas is there also. So this is the basic principle of gas sensing. This is a surface phenomena, which is explained here. This is very simple kind of physics, which is known to all of you, I am sure, because this kind of band gap and band structures are there in HS syllabus also. And the interaction which I mentioned, if, for example, here, this is your sensing material, yellow balls are sensing material, and these are absorbed oxygen from atmosphere. So this oxygen will take electron from this material conduction band, and oxygen will ionize in different form, which is mentioned here in this below equation. Maybe it's not visible from there, but this is the equation. And that oxygen ion will interact with your gas, which has to be detected. There, this red, this kind of ball, they are representative of your analyte gas. So it will interact with that oxygen ion, which is written here. For example, if it is carbon monoxide gas, then oxygen -1 will react with this and it will convert it to oxygen, carbon dioxide and release electron again. So that will again increase your resistivity. So this simple plot explain what is gas sensing. So in air, your resistance were like this, which was stable. When you have given gas, so that interaction of gas molecule with oxygen ion will happen and it will release, as this expression shows, it will release electron. So electron means it is charge carrier. So your resistivity will simply drop down. And when again you will gas out, then it will come to original position. So this is called sense, means all of a sudden, when you are introducing your gas, there will be some change in your resistivity for this kind of resistive sensor. So that is the basic principle which is mentioned here. And we use this simple principle in our laboratory to prepare some this kind of gas sensing material. While talking about gas sensor, this is as everybody was talking about nano. I must say this nano is also important for gas sensing. As I told you, gas sensing is a surface phenomena. So when you are in nano dimension, your surface area will increase and surface reactivity will increase. So it is expected that in nanometer dimension, your material will have more efficiency towards gas sensing, and that is common, and which is listed in this chart. You see this, looking at this graph. This is the x-axis is the size of the particle and y-axis is the sensitivity. For example, for this hydrogen gas sensing, you see when particle size is bigger, like 25, 13 nanometer, then sensitivity is very less. And when you are decreasing size like this, your sensitivity increases enormously. So what I mean to say that in case of nanomaterials, sensitivity will be much more higher because this is the surface phenomena. And this cutout of a daily newspaper which read that सांस के नमूने से रोग की पहचान. So my today's topic, I will highlight this one only because, okay, I have introduced you what is sensor, what are the different kind of sensor, then what is gas sensor and what are the general use of gas sensor. But today I will highlight another issue, which is gas sensor for human health monitoring, which is completely, it's not new, but known to very less people because nobody explored these kind of things. Hardly few groups are there who are really interested on this kind of things. And this paper cutting itself says that yes, our Excel breath can give signature of lot of diseases which are there inside in our body. So we are trying to exploring this gas sensor, using this gas sensor to monitor our body condition to detect some disease which is there inside in our body. What I am going to say that this Excel breath which comes out from our mouth or from our nose, that contains lot of gases and VOCs. In our school age, generally our teacher says that we intake oxygen and we release carbon dioxide. So as a school children, that was fine. But let me tell you, this is not so simple. Our Excel breath contains more than 1,000 gases and VOCs. And among those 1,000 gases and VOCs, some of them are biomarker for some diseases. And if the concentration of that biomarker goes above certain limit, there is a limit. If it is much higher than that, then it indicates that you have some disease inside your body. You have particular disease for a particular gas, and that is listed in this table. For example, carbon dioxide is biomarker for respiratory problem. Like acetone is, which is very important, and we are working in this area for quite a long time. Acetone is biomarker for diabetes. Similarly, Excel breath ammonia is biomarker for kidney related problem. And they, for a normal human being, they have certain range. But if a person have this kind of disease, the concentration will be much higher. And using some gas sensor, you have to detect that concentration. While talking in a group, sometimes you people have noticed that somebody's smell is little bit bad smell, somebody's smell is little bit sweet smell like that. And maybe it's not that that person has not brushed in the morning. It is because of his metabolic system. It is because of some presence of some disease, that kind of exhale breath is coming out from his mouth or nose. And this table says, you see that if it is sweety kind of order, then it indicates that you have diabetic tendency. If it is this kind of PC or musty order, that means you have some kind of liver related disease. And if your exhale breath has urine like smell, that indicates that you have a kidney related problem. So these are the signature which can be detected from your exhale breath only. And this concept which I am going to tell you, this is nothing new. The father of modern medicine, called Greek Greek doctor called Hippocrates, he has given this idea long back that your smell carry out the information of some diseases. In fact, it is said that when Dr. Bidhan Chandra Rai, that great doctor, when he visited a hospital in London, just entering the hospital, he said his colleague that there must have some TB patient. And how we can say that? That is again also that exhale breath is coming and that is spreading throughout the hospital. And by taking that kind of smell, he can say that yes, there are some patient who has TB. So your exhale breath is so important because it gives the signature of some diseases. And if you look at this chart, these are these green bar, they are for healthy person, and this has one are for unhealthy person. You look at this carefully, there are different gases, acetone, ammonia, this carbon monoxide, NOx, and other gases. And in every cases, you see, this is a collection of literature. In every cases, you see that hatch bar is higher than this green bar. This is a standard literature. It is collected from a good review article. What does it mean? It means that in your exhale breath, if you have some disease, that gas concentration will be always higher than that for normal person. So that is the literature which is available. And now I must say, it's not that the only gas sensor can detect your exhale breath gases and can determine its concentration. There are so many techniques, particularly most of them are spectroscopic technique, which can analyze your exhale breath and can directly say what is the concentration of different gases in your exhale breath. But the problem is all those instruments are very, very costly, above crores. And also they I am talking about and which we are trying to develop. If that is possible, then things will be very easier. So our whole target is, as this is a multifunctional materials conference, whole target is to generate some multifunctional material which can selectively detect some of the gases from your exhale breath, which are biomarker. And that too, that material, a particular material should be selective for a particular exhale breath gas, not for other. Then it is very difficult to comment whether you have some disease or not. So that is our target. We prepare a lot of nanomaterials and we do screening, and from that only we select some material. Okay, this one is for good for diabetic sensor, this one good for ammonia sensor, this one good for NOx sensor, like that. So that is our work. It has a lot of, if we can develop this kind of gas sensor based device, it has a lot of advantages, which is mentioned here there. I will give you a particular example. For example, as I mentioned, diabetes. You know how blood sugar is controlled in our body? Actually, if we have sugar, our hemoglobin will carry all those things. If you have excess sugar, then our body has this pancreas. So they have beta cells and they will release insulin from that beta cells, and that insulin will help to collect the sugar from blood to this fat cell. And by doing that, our body maintains the sugar level in our blood. On the other hand, on the contrary, if you have low sugar, means if you are hypo, then also our pancreas can control up to certain limit. What it do? Like this is a low sugar case, then pancreas will release from alpha cell will release glucagon. That glucagon will release this sugar which is stored there in the fat cell, release sugar, and your body sugar level will be maintained, blood sugar level will be maintained. So that is the basic principle of diabetes. And that's why if you, I am sure many of you have seen diabetic patient, particularly elderly people, your dada, didi, they are there in the room, hall, in your home. And you have noticed that they either take some pills or insulin injection in extreme cases. Because that pills at certain limit, they can control up to a certain level, because using that kind of pills, it can elevate the generation of your insulin from by the pancreas. But if it fails, then you have to directly inject insulin injection to control your blood sugar level. So we are working at this area also. This table shows what should be the blood sugar level for a person. So it will be less than 100 for normal. For pre-diabetic, it is 100 to 125 milligram per deciliter. For diabetic person, it is more than 126 as per WHO standard. And for post-diabetic, this is more than 250. And if we convert this one to acetone concentration, then it will be like this. For normal person, the acetone concentration in his or her excel breath will be always less than 1 ppm. And if it is between 1 ppm to 2 ppm, we say that it's a borderline patient, means he or she has some tendency of having diabetes. But if it is more than 2 ppm, rather in fact more than 4 ppm, then surely that person has diabetes. So what is our responsibility? Our responsibility is to develop some functional nanomaterial which can selectively detect excel breath acetone in presence of other gases. And at the same time, it can measure the concentration, so that by comparing with this chart, by looking at this chart, you can conclude that whether a person is normal or he has or she has a tendency of diabetic, or he or she is a diabetic patient. So that is our duty, and we are trying to do that. You may ask me, sir, what is the relation between this glucose and the excel breath acetone? Actually, if you have excess glucose or sugar in your blood, ultimately that glucose will break down, and by following this, it will generate beta hydroxybutyrate and at the same time acetone gas, and that acetone gas will ultimately come out from our through our excel breath. So that's it. That means if you have high sugar, your body will generate acetone gas, and that will come out from our excel breath. This chart shows this is the oldest method of detecting whether a person have a diabetes or not. This is our urine drop, and if it is attracts ants, that means because ants love sugar, that means that your urine drop contains a lot of sugar. That means you have a diabetic tendency, because it's not only our blood. If you have diabetes, your urine also give the signature of excessive sugar. So that was the oldest concept, and this is the modern concept. It's a kind of patch. Just put your on your skin, and using some devices with laser, it will monitor your body fluid throughout the day, and from that you can understand whether you have a diabetic tendency or not. But this is very costly, and till date it is on clinical trial. It is only used in Western country. It is not available in India. So we are in between. That's why we are trying to develop some device which will be very cheap, which will be point of care, and which can be easily handled by any layman also. So what exactly we do in our lab? We prepare some nanomaterials, which is multifunctional material. We coat that material on some this aluminum substrate, and this is our material. Actually, that material will sense the gas. This is our own generated system. You may see this is written here also CGCRI. This is the substrate where we use this kind of material, and using that material, we try to generate this kind of prepared this kind of material and we try to characterize their sensing capability. So this is simple, which I have already explained that your resistivity will change. And this is very simple method. Actually, this is our sensor module and from which is inside in a tube and it is connected with electrometer. And from above that tube, we use some syringe and we inject some gases and that sensor material which is there in the sensor module, it will detect that gas and accordingly it will react and your resistivity will change and that will be monitored by this kind of simple Keithley multimeter. Nothing else. So this whole setup is very simple. You don't need to invest anything. Only thing is that you have to have that concept. We are using this very simple setup in our lab to get this kind of sensitivity study. So this is the last example which I am going to show you. We have developed a composite material, functional material, which is gamma iron oxide based, doped with antimony oxide and platinum, which is a real material which can really detect the Excel breath acetone, and that is already patented in many places. You can see this list that is already patented. PCT is there, Taiwan patent is there, Indian patent is there, already patented. And that material, excuse me, that material we use for detecting the acetone, Excel breath acetone. This is the chart which shows the acetone characterization capability of that particular material which is patented. And from this chart, we can show you that yes, it can selectively detect acetone, because this one, the sensing parameter for a healthy person, this one is the Excel breath of healthy person plus 0.5 ppm acetone, and this one is healthy breath plus 1.5 ppm acetone. What I try to show you that yes, if we add externally acetone, that will be detected by our device. That means it is a real acetone sensor. So we have, this is again, we have checked the moisture insensitivity and other things, because you know that our Excel breath contain a lot of moisture. So it should not detect moisture, otherwise your result will be erroneous. Depending on that material, we have already developed some prototype. This is handheld prototype device. By using this device, we can say whether you have diabetes or not. So this is prototype, and this is already standardized using the GC mass, gas chromatography mass spectroscopy, because that is the only standard device which can characterize this kind of gases. So we have came up to this stage, a prototype stage. However, our clinical trial is required. That is yet to be done. So I am at the end of my talk. Just to mention you that like other blood tests, like for example, if you go to a clinic for your sugar test or for your lipid profile test, you have to fast for at least 12 hours like that. So that is a precondition. Similarly, for this kind of sensors also, we have to follow some pathological precondition, like person should not have some blood sugar containing medicine. He or she should not eat any fruits or ice cream kind of things, because they have a lot of extra flavors and extra gases which will come out from your Excel breath. And that will give some erroneous effect on your device. That's why it is said that you should not be like that. Also, you should not be under stress, or you cannot do the test just after doing gym, because if you go to gym, you will have a lot of exercise, then your body fat will burn and a lot of other gases will come out that will be hampering your original result. So result will be erroneous. So these are the precondition one has to follow if he or she is interested to check his or her disease using this kind of gas sensor based devices. So these devices are just prototype conditions, and clinical trial is due. What we have done in our laboratory, we have just used our Excel breath, and in some cases we have seen that yes, it can detect, it can show. Like this is my own Excel breath data. You see, this one is fasting data, and this one is after morning work. As I told you that if I am stressed, I am under work, then our body can generate other kind of gases which is reflected, so that is higher. Even this one is after tea. Means if you take tea, in tea there are a lot of volatile organic compound which will also come out with your Excel breath. So that is also detected. That means that our device can at least go for preliminary testing. So clinical trial is due. So these are the collected data from different person. Though official collections, official trial run is due, there are a lot of limitations. That's why you are not able to see this kind of breath analyzer in the market till date. Limitations are mentioned here. I must say this kind of device will be very sophisticated. Also, this kind of Excel breath biomarker is not standardized. There are a lot of issues. So that has to be solved before going for practical application of this kind of devices. So I have came to end of my talk. I must thank the lab member in my group who helped this kind of, because we are working in this area for more than 15 years. So I should acknowledge all the manpower. I also acknowledge CSIR, DST, Inspire, who has given support, financial support. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I also want to show you one, just maybe less than 1 minute video if it run, just to show our prototype device. I don't know whether it will run or not. Can it run? So this one, VLC media player. Okay. वो कर रहा हूँ स्क्रीन से नहीं हो रहा है यार क्या जरूरत नहीं है वो सर शेयरिंग पे लगी हुई है उसको मैं वो कर रहा हूँ नहीं होगा तो छोड़ दीजिए हो जाएगा आउट हो जाओ stop. No, it's not coming. Leave it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no problem. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. We would be proceeding for lunch now. Lunch is in hostel mess. And I want to request everyone to be back in say half an hour to 40 minutes. But before that, there's an announcement. Participants P1 to P34 will be putting up their posters in the D block foyer and during lunch, that is. And Dr. Ashish Seni, Dr. Arjun Singh, and Dr. Sanjeev Verma from TBRL DRDO are requested to please evaluate the posters. Also, the ones who are presenting from 2 o'clock onwards, I want to request them to please hand over their PPTs to either me, that's Dr. Deepa, or Dr. Leena Bhardwaj. You will find us here. Okay. Also, I would say you can probably start coming here and submitting your presentations in say 20 minutes. Quick lunch, and then you can be back and start submitting. Thank you. Three names to submit: Your PPTs to Raksha, Dr. Leena Bhardwaj, Dr. Deepa Swag. That's me. Thank you.
ओके तो बाद में ना
Stage पे
So a very good afternoon to all. I welcome you all to the second technical session of MAM 2023. The session feature for this session is Dr. Minal Pal. Dr. Minal Pal is Chief Scientist, Senior Professor and Head CSIR, Kolkata. Dr. Minal Pal completed his BSc and MSc in Physics from Calcutta University. He's working in the area of nanoscience and nanotechnology for the last 30 years. His major research area of interest is magnetic nanocomposites, gas sensors, nanocomposites, breath analyzers, white LED, multiferroics, spintronics. His fascination is to develop nanomaterial-based devices for the benefit of mankind. Recently, he is engaged in developing breath analyzer for monitoring human health, which has a great impact on our society, interested to serve for the benefit of higher education research in India. We welcome you here, sir, for the session. The speaker for this session is Professor Basant Singh Sikarwar. He is the head of Department of Mechanical Engineering, MIT University, Noida. The topic of his talk is nanocore particles aided superhydrophobic polymeric coating on mild steel. Welcome here, sir.
Hello. Okay. Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you very much. First, I would like to thanks to organizing committee for inviting me. I'm really very sorry. I have to be physically present there. Unfortunately, we have some urgent visits in our campus. So I'm going to present my presentation online. So here I'm going to share my PPT. So topic of my talk is nano coarse cell particle added superhydrophobic polymer coating on mild steels. The motivation behind this work is to develop a superhydrophobic metal surface. The special application of this type of surface on a water harvesting, energy converging material, and power plant sectors, and especially focus on a condensation. So this research work is devoted towards the development of highly efficient and low cost polymers for hydrophobic surface by nanosilica titanium core cell particles. This core cell structure improve their three differential structure that I would like to discuss here. Apart from this, we have to be developed code used for condensation. And we also validated these results with our other results and results available in a literature. So as you know that this slide is show the major application of hydrophobic surface. So hydrophobic surface nowadays have a very kind of attention, and it has a vast applications like a self-cleaning surface, butter oil separations, anti-corrosion, corrosion resistance, anti-icing, anti-fogging, anti-fouling, antibacterial, anti-reflections, and also the energy saving and energy material process. So our focus on developing this surface for the energy saving and energy storage kind of materials. So the major applications of, especially for a metallic surface, is a condensation. There is a two type of condensation. One is a drop bias condensation and second one is a film bias condensation. Drop bias condensation is more preferred because the transport coefficient of this condensation mode is at least 1 or the higher than to film bias condensation. So that's why the transport coefficient, condensation pattern, all these things will be a saving of lot of material. So here you can see this is the one video we capture on a super hydrophobic surface. So how the water vapor condense on a surface. So you see here the drop is grow and it is coalescence. Then it is reached the critical state, then it will be a slide off. So you know that when it is to a big size, it is slide off. So especially in a super hydrophobic surface, the vapor condense in form of drop. It is grow by direct condensation and coalescence and reach the criticality and it will be a slide off. So this type of cycle generally form in a super hydrophobic surface. So that formation of initial droplet, then growth by condensation, then then we have a growth by collisions, then departure from the surface kind of pattern you can get here. So material methods. So here, as I told you, we are developing a super hydrophobic surface using a nano core cell particles. So we have to be synthesize the various nanoparticles to, especially for using the nano kind of a facilities to develop the super hydrophobic surface. So generally, I'm say that silicon oxide and titanium oxide nanocore cell particle were synthesized through the two different process for better comparative of the study. One is a sol gel method, another is a peptidization methods. So here you can see in this slide. So we adopting the two methods, and this is the complete procedures. In a sol gel method, silica nanoparticles was firstly prepared for the development of nano silica titania core cell structures. During the synthesis, the precursors tetrahedral orthosilicate. You can see here, like just so this then nanosilica, then the silica titanium nano core cell particles. And in a peptide synthesis method, you can simply say that low processing temperature is a major achievement of synthesis, like 70 degrees centigrade. Here we use the nitric acid and with the nanosilica oxide, and you can see in this graph very clearly like this. So these are the two methods we generally adopted for coating of the silica oxide and titanium oxide nanocore cell particles on a steel. These are the measurement of particles. So you can see the particle size obtained for 240 nanometers diameter, and nanocore particles obtained soldier method is a 144 nanometers kind of these things. So this is a DSL nano core cell for sol gel synthesizer and peptidization synthesize kind of these things. So here you can very clearly see that the particle size obtained is in a kind of a nanoparticles kind of these things. And as the size of the core silica was 85 nanometer, the titanium silica thickness was about a 78 nanometer kind of for sol gel methods. This is the same image. You can see the surface morphology of nanocell nanoparticles. So especially you have to be with this nanograph, micrograph. You see that what is the structure of the silica particles in nano surface. It is like a kind of a lotus leaf. So here you see the element analysis EDX in a peptidization method, and see you can see here the various nanoparticles silica titanium on the surface. This is the XRD analysis of nanocore shallow particles with A for a sol gel procedure and B for a peptidization method. So with this graph, you can simply see that the presence of the nano silica particles and nano titanium particles on the surface. This is the UVBI's analysis of nanocore shallow particles. So this you can very see the observance versus wavelength. So the maximum wavelength 290 nanometers for a individual nanosilica particles. However, for a titanium oxide, this wavelength is close to the 350 kind of these things. So here you can see very clearly all these type of characterization kind of these things. So first, after preparing the surface, this is the your seeded TEM image where you said that the cell of titanium oxide and core of silica oxide kind of these things. So these are all characterizations of the surface. After this surface preparation, because we are going to the surface for the drop-wise condensation. So we have to develop the mathematical modeling of drop-wise condensation, and we have to get the experimental results of this surface and modeling of drop-wise condensation, we compare it. So our next slide is going to the more related to the applications of the surface in a drop-wise condensation. So drop-wise condensation, basically, as I told you, is one of the important process, and it is occurs in a many power converging units. So it is very important kind of things. So drop-wise condensation modeling, we do the atomistic modeling, where we estimate the largest stable crystal size of the atomistic model. Then be a single sliding drop modeling. As you know that in a super hydrophobic surface, when it is a inclined, so drop will be a slide off. So how it is slide off, what type of forces action, we do the modeling of all these things. Then we do the complete modeling of drop-wise condensation. As you see in a previous slides, there is a drop formation, then there is a growth, coalescence, and condensation. So there is a complete cycle. When drop is slide off, then there is a fresh nucleation on the condensation process. So based on these all information, we model the automatic model, we model the single slide Doppler model, and we model the every process of the drop-wise condensation. We feed this information in an ensemble of droplet at a surface and a super hydrophobic surface. Then we have to model the each parameter kind of these things. So you can see nucleation sites. Nucleation site is a randomly distribution active area where the vapor is condensed in form of droplets. So we have to model it on the basis of the thermodynamic analysis. And here, then we have to be how the drop is growth. So you know that drop like a pendant drop, when drop is formed on a pendant more on a surface. So we have to be various angles, like your average angle, like we said, at static contact angle. When drop is in inclined surface, then there is a advancing angle and receding angle, and difference of this is hysteresis. When drop in a britability gradient surface, then there is a maximum angle and a minimum angle. So these are the all geometric parameters we have to did here. Then based on the geometric parameter, we find out the growth rates of the drop, how the drop is grow at each nucleation sites. So based on this growth rate nucleations, so this is the growth rate where we consider all the resistance which is acting when the heat is flow from a free surface to the condensing surface, kind of these things. Then the drop coalescence. So we have to carry out this experiment on a proposed surface matter, steel surface. This is the high-speed camera image. This is the simulation, and this is the confocal microscope image, kind of. So here you can see. Sorry, there is this. I just a minute. This is the actual video. I don't know why it is not working. Just a minute. So anyway, so here we have to do the experimental on this steel surface, mild steel surface, superhydro, and also do the some simulation based on the both observation. We have to model the droplet coalescence, and this is the basic concept. When the two drop footprint of two drop reach to other, right, it is merged and making a one big drop, which volume is equal to the volume of the two drops or three drops, whatever, and radius is the your final volume of this radius, kind of things. Then drop instability, then the size of drop criticality. Size of drop critically means when the drop on an inclined surface, so gravity force try to pull this drop from the surface, but other forces like your viscous force, surface tension forces. They try to hold on a drop surface. When this force is overcome by the gravity force, drop is slide off from the surface. So based on the force balance, we can find out the size of the droplet or radius of the droplet when it is slide or when it is droplet fall off. So here this is the size of drop criticality and drop sliding velocity. What velocity drop is sliding? So based on the force balance, gravity force, viscous force, and retention force, and we based on this we can find out the terminal velocity of the droplet sliding on an inclined surface. Then average heat transfer estimation curve like this. This is the complete numerical algorithm for the modeling of drop bias condensation. So we have to be initially initialize the all variables, material properties. Then we have to be distribute the nucleation sites. Then solve the growth rate equation of fourth order Ranga-Gupta method. Calculate the intermediate distance between the two drops. Check the coalescence criteria and drop stability criteria, drop fall-off criteria. Identify the nucleation sites covered by the coalescence drop and keep them deactive till the drop is covering them. Simultaneously, search the new exposed site creating due to the coalescence and provide the minimum radius of droplet such nucleation sites. And all drops check the criticality of radius, means sliding volumes. When it is reached to sliding, then drop is slide. Similarly, check the fall off, searching the exposed nucleation sites. And when exposed nucleation site is found out, then we have to put the minimum drop. Calculate the mass of the condensation, accumulate each nucleation site, instantaneous condensation pattern area, frequency drop, slide off surface, all that, and go to the next time step for repeating the step till convergence criteria is met. So then you know that once we have to prepare the experimental surface for the condensation, we do some condensation experiment, and also we develop the mathematical model. Then we use this experimental data for validation of our computer code, kind of. So you can see that this is the experimental setup. So we have to provide the said surfaces here. So vapor is coming and condense, and with the high-speed camera we can capture the image, kind of these things. So you see, this is our experimental image, and this is our simulation image, and this is the drop size, frequency, bit drop size, experimentally and simulation. So this is on a surface. Then this is on an inclined surface. Like you see that this is inclined surface. This is the simulation result, and this is the experimental results, kind of these things. Here, this is from the experiment, and this is from the simulation, kind of these things. And after then validation, all these things, we did this so many experiments, especially for the super hydrophobic metal surface, and we have to result these surfaces. Actually, I don't know, there is some videos, it is not running. So we have to be a horizontal substrate, especially water vapor condensation. So initially we found out so many things, like condensation is dominant initial stage, then coverage is increased rapidly when there is a time of condensation is increased. Large growth phase, especially occurs by the coalescence fall off, and dynamic steady state is reached after the certain times. So here you can see that this is the drop coalescence captured by the experimental as well as simulation. So you see that experimental, the 3 drop A, B, C, these are coalescence form a big drop like a D. Similarly, in a simulation, the 2 drop, 3 drop ABC coalescence and form like a your D drop, kind of these things. This is the effect of substrate. So we have to create the different hydrophobicity on this metallic surface, and we do the simulation study and predict the behavior of this surface. So when hydrophobicity 90 degree, so the first drop fall off is take 580 seconds. When the hydrophobicity 102 seconds, then fall off is take place as a 240 seconds, and 140, then fall off is taken for 110 seconds. So kind of these things. So hydrophobicity is increases. You see that the drop size is also decreases. Drop size is decreases, kind of. So this is very interesting result we can get on these surfaces with changing the hydrophobicity. And here I'm going to the summary and conclusion of this work. So as you see that polyethylene and polyacrylene based nano coating were successfully formulated with the silicon oxide and titanium oxide nanocore cell, synthesized through the both techniques, sol gel and peptidization method, and measure the contact angle and mechanical testings on this metallic surface. Super hydrophobic nano coatings have been achieved by using this core cell nanoparticle from peptidization process is more effective, and their contact angle is a 150 plus minus 1 degree. And this coating is, I'm saying that more durable, more stable, and these results are more, I'm saying that effective as compared to the other method. PU-based coating formulation with nanocore cell particle developed through the peptidization process was utilized for further study of drop-wise condensation, mechanical barrier coating, because these preparation methods give the best hydrophobic results. This PO and nanocore cell-based coating has shown the anti-scratch results also. I did not show here, but up to the 20 node with a good adhesives and flexibility, impact resistance, as well good anti-corrosion performance. And based on this, we concluded mechanical properties as well as the super hydrophobic surface was achieved through the single titanium oxide nanocore cell, which can be useful for a marine paint application also. When this coating would be applied in an underwater hull of ships, and basically it is a water repellent, and it is durable, and especially we say that it helps to improve the boat lifeage also. This coating would also improve the water flow passes, means reduce the drag of hull, placing the vessels high performance recent because of the smooth of the coatings, all these things. So here I would like to conclude using the PU and PI based nano coatings, especially for steels, is a more appropriate methods kind of these things. So this core cell structure improve the 3 different material properties in a single nanoparticles excellency, and core silica improve the mechanical behavior of the polymer coatings, and cell titanium improve the hydrophobicity as well as the antimicrobial properties of coating surface. These nano core cell were synthesized through I'm say that peptide synthesis is more and more appropriate as compared to the sol-gel methods, and we found a contact angle, especially for the surfaces, more than 150 degree, and hysteresis is less than 5 to 10 degree. Thank you very much. I'm closing here my slide. Now it is a question answering session.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Sigar, for your nice presentation, particularly on core cell structure for. Yeah, thank you, Professor Sigar, for your nice presentation on core cell structure, hydrophobic things. So now this session is open, particularly for participants and students. If you have any questions or comments on this presentation.
Hello,
Yes.
Dr. Vasant, nice presentation you have made, and I want to know, apart from sol gel technique, which other method you're using, and how do you find the pore size?
Okay. So especially you say that sol-gel method. So in a sol-gel method, silica, first you know that the material where we use the sol-gel method is steel. So we have to be first clean the steel, do the ultrasonic, and also wash it with the DI water, isopropyl, and heat it up in a 200 degrees centigrade in a vacuum environment, kind of these things. Then the silica nanoparticle was firstly prepared for the development of the nanosilica titanium core cell structures. And during the synthesis, the precursors is your like if you go in my slides, I'm just coming and show you. Just I'm going to share first. So if you go in here, so it is visible.
No.
Okay. Yeah. So a precursor is the tetraethyl orthosilicate was added, and NOH4. The sample was calcinated at high temperature, 654 2 hours. Further, the silicon titanium oxide core cell particle were developed by adding the titanium tetra isopropyl. This is the TTIP in the prepared soil nanoparticle. Then this TTIP was the mixed by the isopropyl alcohol and water mixture 1:1 ratio.
Hello.
And, presence of NS4. Hello. Yeah.
We will be able to see.
By you said that by precept was formed, which is separated by the centrifuge at 8,000 RPM. Further, the centrifuge sample was taken to 100 degrees centigrade overnight, and finally sample is I'm say that form a sol gel, and this sol gel is we have to be simply brushed on a mild steel surface.
And did you check, like you said, you tested antimicrobial properties? So is it
Yeah.
antifungal,
Yes.
antibacterial, or?
Yes, I appreciate this question because I'm only check it hydrophobicity with respect to the most air condensation. But I this surface is in my lab, so we putting the some bacteria, all these things, and see what is happening. So this work is under process, but we believe that this surface has a anti-microbial and antibacterial properties also. But that's why I'm not showing this result. I'm showing this result only for a condensation. So I'm sure for on this surface, the drop bias condensation is occurs, and the surface is more durable for drop bias condensation more than 1 year kind of this thing.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, please.
For the
Good
doctor, sir, I have one question, just for the sake of clarity. So what you've done is you basically depended on the evaporation of water to form the core cell structure, if I'm not mistaken. Is that what you've done?
Correct. So I'm just explain more detail. Like you know that vapor condensation is very common phenomenon. Water desalination process, power generations. So water vapor condensation is very. So if the surface is super hydrophobic surface, then the condensation in form of drop bias condensation. If the surface is hydrophilic surface, then the condensation in form of film bias condensation. The transport coefficient of drop bias condensation is at least 1 order higher than to film bias condensation. So basic aim of this surface, we have to be develop the core silica nano structure on the steel for forming a super hydrophobic surface, and we have to be use this surface for condensation of water vapor.
So, sir, if it is a drop bias condensation, which you're saying it is because it's a hydrophobic surface, then I just want to know, will that affect also the porosity of the structure? Like, does it form any sort of pores or networks within the core shell? Like,
No, I think porosity is a different thing. These surfaces are not porous surface. If this is a porous surface, then what happening? The vapor is inside in the porosity, and definitely it will be not a drop bias condensation. So here nano core silica particle means these are the nanoscale kind of structure. So I think nano structure is formed, and in between two nanostructure there is a presence of the air. So this is so called the gaseous state. So vapor is not, I'm saying that inside in a porous, especially on these super hydrophobic surfaces. This is the properties because the condensation occurs. So this vapor is sit on the, I'm saying that you see that the lotus effect. So what is happening lotus effect? There is a rough surface, porosity kind of this surface. And this in a lotus leaf, the drop is sitting on the tip of this, I'm saying that roughness kind of. So same things is happening here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
One more question, sir. Like you were saying, you are doing it on mild steel.
Hmm.
So is it only one quality of steel or the different varieties like 314, 316?
Actually, this is the 316. So basically, you know that this is the standard steel, kind of mild steel 316. So we did this experiment on a 316. But nowadays, we are using the same procedure for the aluminum and copper also. So there is no matter. Our basic aim is to develop the super hydrophobic metallic surface. So why we the metallic surface? Because when we use this surface for energy converting systems, so this metal has a very high thermal conductivity, like a copper and aluminum and steel, as compared to the other material. That's why our interest.
So for steel, it is limited only to 316.
316. We did this experiment for a 316, but definitely you can use the other steel also.
And sir, what is the reason behind choosing only 316?
Yeah. So basically, I think this is a good question. If you go the thermal conductivities of steels, various steel. So 316 component has a high thermal conductivity as compared to the other. Because now we are going to the other I'm saying that copper and aluminum, because copper and aluminum thermal conductivity more than to steel. And you know that when we design a heat exchanger, like you know that basically heat exchanger is a very common, you can see the heat exchanger in your refrigerator, your air conditioner, kind of these things. And where the condensation is very common phenomena. If inside these tubes, if there is a drop by condensation, definitely I'm saying that the COP, coefficient of performance of these machines is very, very high kind of this. So that's why we are more thinking for steel. And one things I would like to share here, like I'm working on one project of DST where we have to develop the atmospheric water generator. What is the atmospheric water generator? You know that atmosphere is sufficient water in form of humidity. And if you condense this water, atmosphere water, you can get a potable water kind of this thing. And this technique is very, 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 very popular, especially hot and humid regions. So that's why our interest to making a metallic super hydrophobic surface. Now the question is, you're like, why you choose the steel? So steel is low cost. Erosion corrosion is means reaction as compared to copper and aluminum. But the other side, we have to be a low thermal conductivities. So we think about the other materials also. So nowadays, what we are doing in a copper, we have do the titanium coating. Then we trying to the nanocore cell particles added to form a super hydrophobic kind of a. So many activities going to making a super hydrophobic surface, metallic super hydrophobic surface.
Thank you, sir. So we would like to thank sir for the inspiring lecture. Now we would like to commence with oral presentation, duration for which the presentation would be 8 minutes, followed by another 2 minutes for question. I would like to request the first oral presenter, that is Nancy. For the oral presentation, we have three judges, Dr. Nitin, Dr. Sanjeev, and Dr. Arjun.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. This is Nancy, PG scholar from forensic science. I'm here to share the concept of emotional intelligence and its correlation with resilience and happiness index in profiling adolescents. Before going ahead with my topic, I want to share an example. Let's imagine a person A who is appearing for a competitive exam, but due to some unfavorable circumstances, he fails it. Now, in this situation, as a coin has two sides, a positive and negative aspect appears. Positive aspect is that that person can regain the knowledge and reappear for exam and explore other perspective of the other scenarios as well. Whereas the negative aspect is that that person start developing self-doubt, even is very conscious to express himself, and even starts questioning his own knowledge. But suppressing these negative emotion, he goes with the positive aspect, works hard to achieve what he has always dreamt of, and in the last, he passed that exam with a very good grading. In this situation, the dealing of that person with his negative emotion and going with the positive aspect of the topic is his emotional intelligence, that how he deals with it. Whereas reappearing in the exam and repracticing all his knowledge is his resilience with his work. Whereas when he achieves his dream, the positiveness that comes into his life and the joy is his happiness. These are the three main attributes that we are focusing on in our study. Emotional intelligence, we see, is the ability to recognize, use, comprehend, and regulate one's and others' emotional state. Resilience, on the other hand, in simpler term, is the flexibility of a person, how he copes with a situation. It could be physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual flexibility. Happiness is a state of mind that is not just a feeling of joy, contentment, but absence of any bad emotion in a person's behavior and in life. He feels that, yes, my life is valuable and I can live it very calmly and in a persistent manner. These three attributes are very closely interrelated with each other. When one increases, other one increases as well. For example, a person is emotionally intelligent enough to cope with every situation and to suppress the negativity in every situation. In this thing, the positive impact in his life increases. Positive emotional increases, with which resilience plays as a mediator. More the positive emotion in life is, more the resilience a person has, and more is happiness in his life. because he can cope with any situation, any scenario. Science is behind everything that we do. In our body, every function, every action, every emotion is controlled by our brain. So is these attributes. Emotional intelligence is controlled by 3 areas in our brain, that are brainstem, which controls the instinctual behavior in a being, cortex, which control the intellectual behavior, and limbic system, which control the emotional behavior. Along with these 3 aspects, emotional intelligence in a person increases and decreases depending upon how his cognitive assessment is done. The neocortex region in cortex brain and limbic system releases hormones which are responsible for happiness. Thus, happiness and emotional intelligence in a person are very closely interrelated. With increase in one attribute, the other one also increases. Before going with the topic, why is it needed to have this study? Competition, workload, future aims, and fear of failure in college students have a triggering effect on bad emotion in a person's life. It's very crucial to deal with them correctly, else they'll lead to a bigger impact. For example, depression, stress, anxiety. And that's when emotional intelligence in a person is required to cope with this situation very calmly and in a persistent manner. Before doing any experiment, there are 3 aspects that we all do. One is why the study is necessary, how the study has to be done, and what is performed in that study. First question is why. Management of emotional intelligence in a person is very necessary to deal with bad situation and to have a content and happy life. There were many studies that are associating emotional intelligence with anxiety in adolescence, whereas very few studies that have happiness and correlation of it with emotional intelligence. That's where the need of the study came. Now, what we did in this study, the prime objective of this study was to find significance correlation between emotional intelligence, happiness index, and resilience in a healthy young adult. What is the design and tool used for this study? It was a quantitative approach by us to find a correlation between all these attributes, which was done with the help of 2 standard questionnaires that you can see on screen: Emotional Intelligence Questionnaire by Nayak and Bhatt, and standardized Oxford questionnaire that measure happiness in a person by Agil and Heal. There were 189 college students that participated in our study, whose age group was ranging from 15 to 26 years, with a mean age group of 20.6 years. All the participants were informed and their consent were taken, and this technique was performed by random sampling technique method. And what is the significance? We used SPSS tool for this calculation, and on the observation, we have the following result. As it was observing these data, significance using Pearson correlation coefficient was calculated, which was P greater than 0.05, and it was observed that emotional intelligence and happiness index has a significant correlation with each other, where the other 2 attributes do not show any association between themselves. Based on these studies, the graph was plotted using scatter plot method, in which each dot represents an individual and their score. The x-axis represents the emotional intelligence in a person, and y-axis represents happiness index. And based on this graph, we can conclude that happiness index and emotional intelligence shares a very mean correlation between themselves. On further analysis by Innova technique, significance among the attribute using gender as a factor was conducted, based on which it was observed that males have significantly high emotional intelligence compared to female, whereas happiness index and resilience do not have any significant difference within themselves. Taking age as a factor, there was no significant difference observed between these attributes. Now, based on this, we can say introvert have a very low score compared to extrovert based on these studies, and extrovert can emotionally have more emotional intelligence. They could cope with every situation very well and has a stable and content life. Based on this study, in future it could help us in counseling, enhancing the relationship between teacher and student, and ability of a person and their emotional intelligence. Thank you.
Questions, please.
Yeah, Nancy, I may ask one question. As this is a conference on multifunctional advanced materials, can you correlate your things, this happiness and this emotional index with this kind of things? Means, have there any relation of any material in our brain which can be correlated like this?
Sir, now we have performed this test based to find the correlation, but in future we are taking this in account that we'll refer to different brain functions, how this is related with our study, because this time we only concluded these attributes. Anyone else? Any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nancy. We have our second oral presenter, K. Shama. I would like to request all the oral presenters to please stick to the timelines. Next, we have Sudha Yadav, then Shilpa Taneja, Amitendra Singh, and then Saurav Shivalkar. Please be ready in the order as being said to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kshamaji Dev. I'm pursuing my PG in Forensic Science from Amity University, Haryana. Here, I am going to share our ideas on thalassemia and various treatment modalities and its complication, which makes us to think about the epigenetic and the novel treatment modalities, which can cure ourselves from the disease. So thalassemia is a genetic disorder or a condition where there will be ineffective synthesis of the polypeptide chain of the globin component in the hemoglobin. It was first observed in the population of Mediterranean area, which also got its name, Mediterranean anemia. And as of currently, total of 3 to 4% of the Indian population is carriers of beta thalassemia major. And also which it accounts for the 35 to 45 million population of the total 1.2 billion. So thalassemia is a hereditary qualitative abnormalities where the synthesis of the polypeptide chain of the globin component is affected. And this leads to the reduction in the life expectancy of the erythrocytes and also the malfunctioning of the hemoglobin, which caused due to the deletion of genes on the short arm of chromosome number 60 and also 11 in human genome. As here you can see, if the both parents are carriers of thalassemia, there are a 25% of chance that the offspring can get thalassemia major. The major symptoms includes the headache, paleness of skin, facial deformalities like malocclusion, growth development, delayed growth development, splenomegaly, hemosiderosis or cardiac siderosis. The epigenetic factor of thalassemia, the epigenetic is the environment dependent alteration in the gene expression without affecting any kind of the DNA sequence. So here, as most of the mutation is prevalent to the CG nucleotide, reversing the mutation pattern can make as a very effective method of treatment. To achieve this best result and reducing the complication, the medicines are decided by understanding the process of some potential epigenetic events. Understanding about the pathophysiology, it is just a point gene mutation in the chromosome 16 and chromosome 11, where the hemoglobin content is reduced, which also causes the reduction in the RBC of the RBC in the body. The thalassemia is majorly divided into alpha thalassemia and beta thalassemia. Here, it can occur in two different ways, as autosomal recessive and autosomal dominant. The autosomal recessive occurs when the inheritant person is having faulty gene in the heterozygous condition, and autosomal dominant when the thalassemia copies faulty gene occurs in homozygous condition. The beta thalassemia is usually caused by the mutation in the HBB gene, while the alpha thalassemia is caused by mutation in the HBA1 and HBA2 gene. So about alpha thalassemia, it is the insufficient alpha hemoglobin chain synthesis, which causes an excess production of beta chain or the accumulation in the body, which is causing to form a beta tetramer, also called as the HBH. Here we can see if the number of gene mutation increases, the severity of the condition is also increased, as in like the 4 gene mutation can cause the HB Bach hydrops fetalis. About the beta thalassemia, here also we can see if the the parents are like carriers of the genes, there is 25% chance where this the offspring is also having the thalassemia major condition. And here it is the inefficient synthesis of the beta chain globins, where it causes the excess deposition of the alpha chains in the blood system, where it can also form the alpha tetramers. And the ineffective erythropoiesis that results in the hemolysis and the red blood cell destruction also. And this condition can also cause the severe anemia conditions. Talking about the treatment modalities, the treatment of thalassemia depends usually on the severity of the condition actually. If it is mild cases, there is no such particular treatment is required. But if it is severe, regular blood transfusion and also the iron chelation methods need to be followed regularly. If it is left untreated, it can also cause deformalities like cardiac problems, iron deposition in the body, splenomegaly, etc. So the current treatment methods includes the transfusion and iron chelation, allogenic hemopoietic cell transformation, erythroid maturating agents, and gene therapy. The transfusion and iron chelation is usually used to reduce the induce the normal HB value, and also to the cope with this ineffective erythropoiesis. And here it can also make it is also recently found that all these kind of like iron deposition is not only the effects for the toxicity, but also it can make into the plasma iron presence, where it is also considered as a toxic level for the body. And the 3 main chelators that we are currently in using is deforxamine, deferoxyrox, and deferipron. Both of these are iron chelators which can reduce the amount of iron in the body, where deferipron and deferoxamine together use can also reduce the amount of iron deposition in the cardiac level also, which is called as the cardiac cirrhosis treatment. So the other treatment like allogenic hemopoietic cell transplantation, which is also known as the bone marrow transfer, it is considered as the long-term treatment method, where it is usually done to the patients which are less than 14 years, where the damage to organs with the iron deposition is very less. It is also administered to adults if they are having that blood transfusion and iron chelation from the infancy itself. Then the erythroid mutation agents. In our body, there are certain factors that can actually affect our late stage erythropoiesis. So certain products like luspatercept can, which is a transmitting growth factor beta inhibitor, it can actually reduce those effect of those factors and give rise to the late stage erythropoiesis induction. And then comes the gene therapy, which is done by the gene insertion and gene editing. And also medications to induce the hemoglobin F also contains the sirolimus, benzeramine, and IMR 687. There are the other conditions where we can reduce the iron deposit in thalassemia using the apotransferin VIT 2763 and the PTG 300. Mitapivat is a pyruvate kinase activator which act in the represents specific mechanism to reduce the ineffective erythropoiesis, which can also induce the erythropoietic formation in the body. The gene addition method one that we are currently in using is the Betty cell, where we will use a lentivirals to insert a beta globin chain to the autologous hemopoietic cell transplantation. And the limitations are, there are these kind of medications that we are currently use can cause a specific pathway inhibition, and the treatments are not really effective to all person. As I told, Lesparspet, which are usually not effective to most of the patients. Then the graft rejection here, the bone marrow transfer at times when the HLA is not matching, there is a high chance that the graft is being rejected. Then the iron chelation medication can also cause negative effects like the skin rashes, vision problems, hearing problems, and also like diarrhea. This can also reduce the amount of WBC in our cells, which can also prone us to more infections. So this is why we are actually saying we need kind of more methods for the advancement in the treatment of thalassemia, which is actually done using the current methods of gene therapy, which is currently under trials and study. So that's it. Thank you so much, and thanks. So, questions? Yes, sir.
I would like to ask, actually, when you said about the alpha thalassemia and the beta thalassemia traits, so the system or the type of the symptoms that are being manifested by the alpha thalassemia, I think, trait people, are they similar to the beta thalassemia trait people? And I also understand there is a classification of the beta thalassemia also, like minor, intermediate, and the major.
Beta plus and beta zero. Actually, when there is complete deficiency in the production of beta globin, we call it at beta zero. While there is small deficiency, we call it beta plus actually. So are you I'm not completely understood your questions. Can
actually in the beta thalassemia, so type on the depending on the types of the production of the beta hemoglobin, what you were mentioning, so there are the different types of the classifications also, like trait those who are not very much capable of producing the hemoglobin, but the percentage of the hemoglobin is sufficiently enough that they are not manifesting the severe symptoms. In case of the alpha thalassemia, I think these symptoms are not.
Yeah, I guess you're talking about the carrier and also the
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a chance that the offspring is getting only one thalassemic conditions, where as we know we get gene from both of our parents. If both of them are carriers or thalassemic, there is a high chance the offspring is also getting completely major. But there are certain situations where the offsprings only get one gene, maybe from the mother or father, where only one gene expression is coding for thalassemia, it is minor. So there won't be any kind of too much issues, because there are sufficient hemoglobin that it is working as beta chain. So it won't be there won't be any showing of symptoms or something like that. In the same case itself, we can look on to alpha also. If there is it is a carrier or alpha thalassemia trait, they are considered as very less vulnerable, and they are sufficient for the formation of the hemoglobin, and they act normally as a hemoglobin that it works.
And suppose if a person, one carrier is having alpha thalassemia and the mother or father, suppose, and the one other parent is having the beta thalassemia.
Okay, in case like that, there is a possibility that it is a combination of both. But here, as we need like homozygous recessive. As I told, we have two kind of like change, that is autosomal recessive and autosomal dominant. Only the autosomal dominant character will show the particular symptoms of the disease. So here one is alpha and one is beta. So there will be insufficient amount of hemoglobin, but still they won't show any particular disease symptoms. Like it won't show it as beta or as alpha, but there will be symptoms of like anemia and also the splenomegaly. It means like enlargement of the spleen, and also the deposition of iron in the different organs, like there may be deposition of iron in the cells and also in the cardiac system. It will show the symptoms, but we can differentiate which kind of like thalassemia it is, because it is showing both the characters, which will be shown as alternatively, like it is having alpha and also beta.
Okay, and one last thing, actually, you also said in a treatment that HbF is induced.
Sorry,
For the treatment, actually, the slide that you mentioned that hemoglobin F.
hemoglobin
F
F.
is also induced.
Yeah.
What exactly is HbF?
HbF. Okay, HbF is the condition. As adults, we have alpha and beta globin, right? But the fetus have alpha and gamma instead of beta chain. So here in fetus condition, when there is like alpha thalassemia, there as in adult, when the beta tetramer is formed, at the same time the fetus will form a gamma tetramer, which is known as the HbF, when there is tetrad formation of the gamma chain is there. So we call that hemoglobin as gamma, HbF.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Shama. Next, we have oral presenter Sudha Yadav from Asas Amity University, Haryana.
And see, this makes the difference. ये सही आ रही थी रीडिंग, बस इस रीडिंग ने कलेश कर दिया. ऐसे मैम ये भी कह रहे थे, देखो जैसे ना बाकी किसी के भी ऐसे चीज देखो इसकी हम देख इंसर्ट तो इसमें भी ना ये वाली रीडिंग ज्यादा सही है. ये वाली रीडिंग क्योंकि इसका कम होना चाहिए, तो इसमें कम होना है. मैं तभी मान लो जैसे पिछली बार वाली की भी एक रीडिंग में ऐसा हुआ. ऐसा होता है ना.
प्रेजेंटेशन है यार अभी कल.
वो बैटरी चेंज कर ये ऑनलाइन कोई बंदा बोल रहा है इसको आता है
नो रे.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the title of my paper is Analytical Modeling to Study the Effect of Dielectric Substrates on the Growth of Graphene in PECVD System. So this is the abstract. So this is the abstract. In this paper, a theoretical model, kinetics on plasma, has been developed to investigate the effect of two different dielectric substrates. Sorry, a second. Yes, so in this paper, a theoretical model kinetics on plasma has been developed to investigate the effect of two different dielectric substrates, namely silicon oxide and aluminum oxide, on the growth of graphene PECVD system. The growth characteristics of graphene, such as morphology and thickness, are studied and compared on both substrates. The results show that the choice of dielectric substrate significantly affects the graphene growth, with aluminum oxide exhibiting better uniformity than silicon oxide, and the graphene grown on the aluminum oxide substrate has a smaller thickness than that on the silicon oxide. So, introduction. PECVD uses electrical energy to generate a glow discharge in which the energy is transferred into a gas mixture. The high thermal energy required in the VLS process is substituted by electrons ions assisted dissociation of hydrocarbon precursors induced in the plasma. So the different dielectric substrates play an essential role in determining the growth of graphene in the plasma environment. These are the plasma sheath equations that we used in this analytical model: continuity equation, ion momentum balance equation, and the Poisson's equation. And this is the plasma kinetics balance equation of electrons in the bulk plasma. The first term represents the rate of gain in electron density on account of ionization of neutral atoms, and the second one is decaying rate of the electron density due to electron ion recombination, and the last one is electron collection current at the film surface. And the next one is the balance equation of positively charged ions in the bulk plasma. So in this, the first term is for gain in ion density per unit time on account of ionization of neutral atoms. And the second one is rate of decrease in positively charged ion density due to electron ion recombination and ion collection current. And the last term represents the adsorption and desorption flux of ions from the catalyst surface. And the next equation we used is balance equation of neutral species in the plasma. And these are the collection currents: ion collection current, neutral collection current, and the electron collection current at the film surface. These are the parameters. This is the growth rate equation of carbon species on catalyst surface. So generation of carbon species per unit area on the catalyst surface via various complex processes. So these processes are absorption of hydrocarbons, thermal dissociation of hydrocarbons, ion-induced dissociation of hydrocarbons, and the direct carbon flux towards catalyst surface, and the loss of carbon due to interaction of neutral hydrocarbons with the neutral hydrogen. And the last processes are carbon evaporation and ion-ion recombination. And this equation is for growth rate equation of graphene. So there are various processes like surface and bulk diffusion of carbon species through the catalyst surface, and the precipitation of carbon species around the catalyst nanoparticle, and absorption of hydrogen atom on the catalyst surface, and the incoming flux of hydrogen ion due to thermal dehydrogenation of hydrocarbon ions and ion-induced decomposition of hydrocarbon species. The flux of hydrogen atoms due to the thermal dissociation of hydrocarbons, and the next term represents the desorption of hydrogen atom from the catalyst surface, and the direct flux due to hydrogen ion decomposition, and the last term represents the stress exerted by graphene layers on the catalyst nanoparticles. These are the parameters that we used in the last equations: surface diffusion coefficient, bulk diffusion coefficient of metal atoms, and the pressure exerted by graphene layers. And these are the parameters and their description and the values. This is the result. So graphene is more thicker in case of silicon oxide. These are the references. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, very good presentation. Yeah. So you said graphene is more thicker than silicon oxide. How?
In case of silicon oxide, graphene film, sir, is more thicker because thickness of graphene depends on many factors. सो सिलिकॉन ऑक्साइड में डाइलेक्ट्रिक वो जो केमिकल इंटरेक्शन होती है सरफेस की ग्राफीन और सबस्ट्रेट के बीच में जो केमिकल इंटरेक्शंस होती हैं वो इन केस ऑफ सिलिकॉन ऑक्साइड स्ट्रॉन्ग है. तो जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ स्ट्रॉन्ग इंटरेक्शन ग्राफीन की थिकनेस इसमें लार्जर है.
How much? Can you tell the numbers?
सर एग्जैक्ट डिफरेंस नहीं पता, लेकिन कंपैरिजन किया है सिलिकॉन ऑक्साइड का और उसका एल्यूमिनियम ऑक्साइड का, तो उसमें सिलिकॉन ऑक्साइड के केस में ज्यादा थिकर है. यस सर.
Why you have taken this kind of study? Means why you are going to check whether which substrate graphene will be more like that?
यस सर. एक्चुअली ग्राफीन के केस में सर जितना थिन फिल्म एक्चुअली ऑप्टो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स और इलेक्ट्रिक जो डिवाइसेस हैं उनके लिए हमें थिन ग्राफीन शीट चाहिए. तो डाइलेक्ट्रिक सबस्ट्रेट्स के ऊपर अगर हमें थिन किस डाइलेक्ट्रिक सबस्ट्रेट से मिल सकती है वो फिगर आउट करने के लिए सर.
Okay.
यस सर. थैंक यू.
Yeah, thank you, Sudha.
थैंक यू सर.
Next speaker is Silpa probably, no?
Thank you, Sudha. Our next oral presenter is Shilpa Taneja.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Shilpa, Assistant Professor in the Nirankari Baba Gurbachan Singh Memorial College, Sohna. Today, I am here to represent my presentation on the topic Remarkable Resistivity and Enhanced Magnetic Properties of Neodymium Doped Nickel Zinc Bismuth Nanoferrites for the High Frequency Application. This is not working. These are the outlines of my presentation. Firstly, introduction, in which we include what are ferrites, the types of ferrites and some applications. Next, methodology, some results and discussions of electrical studies, BET surface area analyzer, magnetic studies, and some conclusions and references. Firstly, basic comes ferrites. Ferrites are the class of magnetic oxide materials in which take the iron oxide as the main component, and they have high value of resistivity, high saturation magnetization, high permeability. Nowadays, researchers used in the large area around high frequency application, high magnetic storage devices for the biomedical application as well for the drug delivery and for the hypothermia. This is the structure of ferrite. Basically, ferrites defined for the different types, but this is the spinel ferrite. This shows the closed cubic structure in which we take the two sides. One is tetrahedral site and one is octahedral site. Tetrahedral sites, divalent metal ions occupies the tetrahedral site and trivalent occupies the octahedral site in the ratio 2:3. So basic ferrites are of two types. On the basis of magnetic materials, they are defined under soft ferrites and hard ferrites. Soft ferrites are the ferrites, they have high value of magnetization and demagnetization, and they have corrosivity value, and that corrosivity value is very less. And for the hard ferrites, they are composed of different iron and barium oxides, and they have high value of corrosivity and high saturation magnetization. But on the base of structures, spinel ferrites, garnet ferrites, orthoferrites, and hexaferrite, my work is on spinel ferrites. Spinel ferrites basically composed of three types: normal, inverse, and mix. So spinel ferrites are the soft ferrites, and formula of spinel ferrites is MFe2O4. As we see in the diagram, M represents any type of divalent metal ions, for example, nickel, cobalt, zinc, and Fe2O4. So basically, X value is 2 and Y value is 4, that is MFe2O4. So this is the structure in which two sites are here, octahedral and tetrahedral. Researchers have found very broad applications for the spinel ferrites, and these are in the magnetic devices as well as for the photocatalytic, in the drug delivery or hyperthermia, that is for the biomedical application, in water purification treatment, and some in high frequency magnetic data storage applications. There is a methodology. I use citrate precursor method to to arrange these samples in a order. Firstly, I take different raw materials, and in 100 ml distilled water with some and citric acid is used as a fuel agent. Then afterwards, they placed on the stirrer, and around for 3 hours at 70 degrees Celsius on the magnetic stirrer. After preparing the samples, these nanoferrite samples placed in the muffle furnace for sintering the temperature, and pellets were sintered in the muffle furnace. For the powdered sample, sintering temperature is 700 degrees Celsius, and for the pellets, this is for 800 degrees Celsius. Then these are the results and discussion. Firstly, electrical studies. As I already discussed, my results defined the remarkable resistivity. As we see, as neodymium concentration increases from 0.002 to 0.004, our resistivity range high, but for the 0.006, it decreases. As we see, there is an enormous resistivity range from 0.002 to 0.004 up to order 2.89 into 10 raised to power 9 to 1.60 into 10 raised to power 10 ohm centimeter. That defines the for the high frequency application, and this is due to the involvement of the hopping electrons at the octahedral sites. And as we see in the table, there is a change for the 0.002 to 0.004, there is an increment, but for the 0.006, there is a decrement because the octahedral sites hopping Verwey mechanism, and this defines that resistivity range is very high, and this is used for the high frequency applications. Next, BET surface area. For the neodymium 0.002, this is BET graph. We call it N2 absorption or desorption for the different isotherm, and this defines the type 4 isotherms. And for the according to the IPSC classification, this defines the mesophore nature of the samples. And according to this, this inset graph also shows the multi-point data in the range 0.0 to 0.5, which shows that these samples are used for the surface area and surface analyzer as well. And also they have high applications in the some catalytic properties due to their high surface area. As we see for the neodymium 0.002, our area is 28.5 meters square per gram, and for the 0.004, it is 29.2 meter square per gram. So this is the BET surface analyzer, and these are the these results used in the surface area, different catalytic properties. Next, for the magnetic studies, this is the neodymium hysteresis loop. As we see in the table also, these are the factors we measure for the magnetic studies: saturation, magnetization, retentivity, and coercivity. As we see, neodymium sample increases 0.002 to 0.004, saturation magnetization decreases. But after for the 0.008, it increases because of the magnetic movement of the neodymium is less than the Fe23 positive. And these different values of saturation, magnetization, and coercivity, higher value of coercivity defines that these applications are used in the photoelectric process, and some for the high frequency as well. So these are the conclusions. I topped these samples with citrate precursor method, and these are some results. So these are the references. Thank you.
Shilpaji, it's a very nice presentation. I have a couple of points needs to be clarified. First of all, why you are going to high frequency?
Sir, actually, my material is a novel material because I doped nickel, zinc, bismuth. Firstly, I doped rare earth doping for the neodymium and then samarium. These are the results of neodymium. And to study the electrical and magnetic properties, I basically doped rare earth, and I wanna टेक रिजल्ट्स की इलेक्ट्रिकल स्टडीज और मैग्नेटिक में कितना रेंज आता है हमारी रेजिस्टिविटी का और सारे पैरामीटर्स का कि हम उसे हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी के साथ डील कर सकें. सो जब मैंने रिजल्ट्स को देखा तो इलेक्ट्रिकल स्टडीज अच्छी आ रही थी, देन आफ्टरवर्ड्स आई कैलकुलेट द मैग्नेटिक स्टडीज.
Okay, very good. So, could you please indicate some specific lines of application? What I understood, this might be very useful for catalytic properties or some signal transfer, EMI, EMC?
Yes sir, yes sir. Sir, जैसे अगर मैं बात करूं बेसिकली फेराइड्स में, अगर मैं नियोडियम सैंपल के कुछ रेंजेस की बात करूं, जो नियोडियम में मैंने हाईली डोप्ड किया 0.010, अगर उसे हम देखते हैं तो उसमें जो EMI में जो सिग्नल्स हम रिड्यूस कर सकते हैं उसके, क्योंकि फ्रीक्वेंसी रेंज ज्यादा हम ले रहे हैं, मेगाहर्ट्ज तक जा रहे हैं, तो जो EMI के सिग्नल्स हैं उनको हम रिड्यूस कर सकते हैं. और सर जो फिल्टर्स हैं हमारे कई तरीके के, जैसे RC फिल्टर है और पाई फिल्टर है, क्योंकि हमारी फ्रीक्वेंसी रेंज ज्यादा है तो हम वहां पर भी यूज कर सकते हैं. सम एंटीनाज में भी अगर हम चाहें तो यूज कर सकते हैं, बिकॉज मेगाहर्ट्ज फ्रीक्वेंसी रेंज है.
Okay, so the impedance level, did you calculate normalized impedance?
Sir, my future work I will calculate.
Okay, and maximum to what extent megahertz it can be used?
Yes sir.
Maximum what frequency it can be used? Megahertz, gigahertz, how many megahertz in range?
Sir, if I calculate in the gigahertz, I can, but in the form, मैंने अभी pellets form करी है, but मुझे उस time toroid form करके मैं आगे gigahertz में भी कर सकती हूँ calculate.
Excellent. Or by initial permeability level, because these are very important to qualify any kind of. I hope this is a kind of software, right?
Sir, I did not clear the voice, so please repeat. What are you saying?
I guess this writing nature. This is not hard ferrite, right? This is soft ferrite. This field structure, right? Yeah. So, what's the permeability level? Initial permeability level.
I did not get the term, sir. That is this
Permeability. Initial permeability level. What is? Did you measure? Did you check it?
Sir, permeability values मैंने check by the help of magnetic movement. I measure the permeability value, and that range is so much high, sir. I have no.
Okay, so okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Shilpaji, one basic queries that is, you have used this neodymium. You know this is rare earth and also costly.
Yes.
So can you replace that with some common like this tensile metal and other things?
Sir, इसके replacement में अगर हम कुछ और लेना चाहें.
हाँ.
Sir, actually, we can replace this with any type of material, but we have to find the electrical and magnetic properties for high frequency. If I talk about high frequency, so rare earth के में हम और भी चीजें ले सकते हैं, but all are the costly materials.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shilpa. The next oral presenter we have is Amitendra Singh from AINT AUH.
इसमें है भाई, नहीं इसमें जी मैम, अमितेंद्र सिंह 2 नंबर.
Saurav, you have the next presentation after Amitendra.
चेंज कैसे करूंगा बता दो, साइड वाले से. Hmm. Good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries and dear friends. I am Amitendra Singh, doing PhD under the supervision of Professor Atul Thakur here in AINT, Amity University, Haryana. The topic for my presentation is synthesis and investigation of ZNO nanostructures for various morphological, optical, and wetting properties. ये मूव नहीं कर रहा सर. ये नहीं है. ये वाली. हाँ यही वाली. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, good afternoon again. So I'll be starting my presentation on the synthesis and investigation of ZNO nanostructures for various morphological, optical, and wetting properties. The course of presentation will be introduction, then why we have selected ZNO, what is the method we have used for synthesis, characterization, wettability studies, conclusion, future scope, and references finally. So over the past few years, nanotechnology is advancing at a rapid rate and is among the fastest growing field of science and technology. And various researchers are working towards the development of various biodegradable, biocompatible, non-toxic, functionalized, and cost-effective nanomaterials for various biomedical applications. And due to the advancement of nanotechnology at a very rapid rate, biosensors are also developing as a fast, economic, and facile approaches for the detection and diagnosis of various biological problems, as pointed out by our Honorable VC Sir during the plenary lecture. So these are a few of the biosensors which are generally used in day-to-day life, like in pregnancy test, we use to detect HCG protein level in urine or blood, and then glucose monitoring in diabetic patients, otoludin method as well as enzymatic method can be used for the detection of glucose. So similarly, we have a plan to detect uric acid because gout or arthritis is one of the main problem after the age of 40 years and mainly in male populations. It is because of the increase of uric acid level in blood. When uric acid starts accumulating in the joints, arthritis occurs, and it is a really painful situation. So we want to detect the level of uric acid through a biosensor, and we have worked upon it and have designed a biosensor wherein using urine sample we can detect the level of uric acid depending upon the optical results. And we have prepared a prototype also, but the main disadvantage is it is only limited to the laboratory, because as soon as the enzymes come at the room temperature, it becomes unfunctional and the results are not comparable or clinical. So we want some nanotype of material so that the enzymes can remain active during room temperature. So we have planned of using ZNO, and why we have selected ZNO, because it is biocompatible, non-toxic, and have high chemical stability and is available in abundance in the nature. These are the various morphological properties, various morphologies which are already been synthesized by various researchers working across the globe. This is the method which we have used for the synthesis of ZNO nanostructures. Co-precipitation method is used, very simple, economic, and very easy method. We have synthesized ZNO nanostructures by using co-precipitation method. Then we have characterized ZNO nanostructures using XRD. We have doped the ZNO nanostructures also by copper as well as silver. We have done time analysis also. So all these characterization have been done on the synthesized nanostructures. Then we have studied the wettability properties of ZNO nanostructures. Wetting basically is defined as the ability of a liquid to remain in contact with the solid surface. So if the contact angle is less than 90 degrees, the material is supposed to be hydrophilic. If it is greater than 90, it is hydrophobic. And if it is greater than 150 degrees Celsius, it is supposed to be super hydrophobic surfaces. So we have coated these synthesized nanostructures on various substrates. These are few of the examples of natural as well as artificial super hydrophobic surfaces. Water strider, butterfly leaves, lotus leaf, rice leaf. These are all artificial available super hydrophobic surfaces, and these are the synthesized one. Then we have measured contact angle on various substrate like glass, quartz, silicon, and PDMS, and has observed that the contact angle changes drastically after coating with these ZNO nanostructures. So the contact angle, which is earlier 54.6 on quartz, become 96.4, means the material which is hydrophilic becomes hydrophobic. Similarly, in glass, the contact angle changes from 28.5 to 145.7, means nearly super hydrophobic surfaces. And similarly, in case of silicone and PDMS substrates also, this is the method which we have used for the measurement of contact angle. This is the importance of tuning of wettability of ZNO. The surface properties of ZNO play a crucial role in biosensing, biomedical, and microfluidic applications. And the modification in the wetting nature shown by the ZNO nanostructures can lead to improved surface interaction and hence improved sensitivity for the biosensors. So ZNO nanostructures can be used for surface modification of different biomaterials, and they may be suitable for hydrophobization of various surfaces, hydrophilic substrates, and biocompatibility of various substrates used in various biomedical applications can be enhanced by the ZNO nanostructures coating. And in future, we are planning of studying these enzymatic results by using the ZNO nano surface coatings over the substrate so that enzyme can sustain. So this part we are still working on it and have not started the studies. So we will be doing them in near future. References, and thank you. Thanks. जी हाँ सर, डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द मॉर्फोलॉजी जो हम कोट करते हैं, तो जो कॉन्टेक्ट एंगल होता है वो ग्रेटली वेरी करता है. सपोज इन केस ऑफ वायर्स होंगे या वर्टिकल्स वायर होंगे, तो जो कॉन्टेक्ट एंगल है वो अलग से वेरी करेगा, और यदि पाउडर्ड फॉर्म में होगा तो कॉन्टेक्ट एंगल विल नॉट वेरी so much. So morphology will affect the wettability properties. Sir, chitosan we have actually right now been used in these results. We have just drop coated the material using ethanol. So we have not used any fixative during these studies. So we are planning to do that. Sir, we have not determined the chemical stability. This is already determined in literature, and that's why we are saying that it is chemically stable. We are mainly focused on the wettability studies of zinc oxide after coating on various substrates. Sir, very, very well established in literature because it is non-toxic, biocompatible also. So, Jaden. Sir, new here is we are planning to use these Jadeno nanostructures for enhancement of the enzymatic activity which is becoming inactive during room temperature. So we are planning to do that enzymatic studies after coating Jadeno nanostructures on the substrate. That part is still in future we will be doing that. Sir, we are planning to use in cell line first. Animal models will not go for in the baseline. Thank you. Thank you. Ji. Yeah. Sir, pore size, basically we are using Wattman number 3 filter paper. Pore size varies during this. Right now we are using G. So right now we are using that filter paper only, sir. Ji, sir.
Sir, what is the specific surface area of the powder, synthesized powder?
Sir, specific surface area we have not calculated.
Because this is one of the major property of any synthetic particle like that, which is used in catalyst or something coating kind of thing. Okay. Number two, I saw that there is mentioned optical property. So how it is correlated with optical property?
Correct, sir. Sir, basically the sensor, the biosensors which we have synthesized depends upon the development of color. Like that is an enzymatic biosensors, and when enzyme uricase and peroxidase reacts, and finally the 4 amino antipyrin which has been formed gives a purple type of color. So we are using that intensity of that color to detect the level of uric acid in the blood. So that is directly proportional to the concentration of uric acid. That is why we have called the optical type of things.
Okay. Is there any linkage with optical band gap energy kind of things? Because this is also important property for this kind of synthetic material, which is used for optical purpose. So did you check it?
No, sir. Right now we have not checked it, but we'll surely do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Amitendra. The next oral presenter is Saurav Shivalkar.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Saurabh Shivalkar, research scholar at Department of Applied Sciences, IIIT Allahabad. Today, I'll be presenting on autonomously driven magnetic microbots for environmental remediation developed using organic waste, potato peel-based carbon dots. So the basic idea of this project is using waste to treat the waste. Okay. Okay, so the basic idea of this project is to use the waste to treat the waste. Previously, I had I was the query that I had queried to give the presentation. So it was like 15 minutes. So since the time is less, so I'll go through some slides quickly. Okay, so but you can ask the question later on. So when we talk about this micro and nanobots, there is term this called bots. Bots is always like something that is moving autonomously and doing pre-programmed tasks. In a basic word, we can basic sentence, I can say that this is the engineer nanomaterials with very small size. But if I give an analogy that we might have seen a lot of science fiction movies or medical tutorial videos, we would have definitely seen this kind of scene in the first image, where this some bot is trying to move inside the capillaries and trying to do some work. And this is the idea that we are trying to replicate here. And the another image, it is the microscopic image of the bot that we have created in our lab. See, and we'll discuss about later on in detail. And the third image, it is actually showing the size reference. If the bot is placed on your at the tip of your finger, you may or may not see through your naked eyes. Now, when you talk about this bots having autonomous movement, so basically there are two types of autonomous movement. First one is the self-propulsion. Another one is the external propulsion. In self-propulsion, the bots are moving using the chemical fuel and inside the solution. And the external propulsion is like when the external forces such as magnetic, acoustic, electricity is applied and the bot is moving. And recently we have introduced new category, which is the hybrid. This is nothing but the combination of both self-propulsion and external propulsion. So this is like advanced methodology of autonomous movement, where bot can move either in chemical fuel or in presence of external field. So we have use a lot of different materials. When we are inquiring about these bots and everything, previous researchers were showing that the bots were made of very toxic materials such as platinum and all. And so we wanted to go for very biodegradable one. So we chose carbon dots. So why the carbon dots are basically nanomaterial that has less than 10 nanometer size, and the biodegradable properties biocompatibility can be understood with this image here. This is a slice of bread. This is baked bread, and we have been eating this since 80s. So on this slice of bread, the black part is nothing but the carbon dots. So definitely it's a carbon. It's very biocompatible and biodegradable material. Now. This is the whole scheme of the work. So the potato peel that it's the organic waste that we have used to synthesize the carbon dots, and that carbon dots has been functionalized on the surface of the iron oxide nanoparticle. And this actually when placed inside the solution, having the fuel that we are using here is hydrogen peroxide. In presence of these carbon dots, they are actually converting into oxygen and hydroxyl ions, where this oxygen is forming a bubble on the surface of the bot. As the bubbles are growing bigger, at some point a thrust it bursts and it generates a thrust to move these bots autonomously. So here, since we are making this carbon dots from the potato peel, the potato peel has this component, this is catalase enzyme. This carbon dots is actually helping to disintegrate the hydrogen peroxide quickly into the solution. It's also established fact that the iron oxide nanoparticle can go phantom reaction and can disintegrate, but we have already checked with our experiment that in presence of carbon dots, the activation energy increases. And later on, we use this to degrade the toxic industrial dyes, where this hydroxyl ions are acting as a mediator to degrade this dye and form like smaller products. Now I'll go quickly through this. We caramelize this potato peel and this using the microwave assisted methods, and then we synthesize the carbon dots. The carbon dots is actually having the fluorescence property. It can be clearly seen in this video that under UV. And the basic idea of the synthesis of the microbot is like we like in a simple word, it has this iron oxide nanoparticle carbon dots, and there is this stabilizing agent that we used oleic acid. And there is a reason why we are using oleic acid is because when we are putting this iron oxide nanoparticle and carbon dot together in the solution, like it's completely dissociates. So we want something to hold together and can move and stay like for long. So this is the basic characterization that like carbon dots and TEM, and the TEM is clear. TEM of the microbots are clearly showing the 4 nanometer for the carbon dots and around 30 nanometer for the this bots. Movement section where why we are talking about this is what you're talking about, this autonomous movement. So in this image here, this is, let me play the video. If you can see here, this is the image taken under the stereoscope microscope, where this bot is moving autonomously under the impression when the bubbles are bursting on the surface of it. And we can see here this snapshot at different time interval how the distance it has covered. And we also tried, like in this case, we used like 2% of H2O2, but we also tried a different concentration. And we found that at some point, the movement actually stopped because the bubbles formation was too quick to like burst and generate thrust. Now, since if we just compare it with the real life world, there is like shallow and deep water also. So what happens when there is like a height of the water column is more, so it can also go to the lateral movement to vertical movement also. So in the vertical movement we can see this the bot can move upside and down, but in this case the fuel requirement is very less. The reason is that the only half of the distance is covered by the bubbles, and when the bubbles are generating on the surface of the bot, and the moment it grows bigger, so that it like acquires the so that when it acquires like the sufficient weight, and it comes up and it bursts and then it comes down under the gravity. Now the application section where we used like dye degradation, and we found that we used like malachite green and rhodamine B, and we found that for the malachite green it is going more than 80%, and for rhodamine B it's around 70% degradation using this bot under the like autonomous movement. Now, if we compare with the real life like environment where there will be a mixture of dye, so we also found that the bot performs sufficiently well, and around 60% of the degradation they perform for the both of dye. Now we calculated the activation energy, and we found that in presence of H2O2 and in presence of microbot, like the activation energy is quite low compared to the only H2O2. Now, if you see the viscous medium, the reason why we wanted to simulate this kind of medium, because in like real world, when the industrial fluids are not as liquid as water, so we added the different concentration of glycerol, and obviously the bot perform at slightly slow because the movement was very difficult at higher, but the degradation was sufficiently well. So we found that this kind of at different viscous condition, it can also perform sufficiently well. Now, since the core material of this bought is a iron oxide nanoparticle. So if we can also collect it back and reuse also. So this is the graph where it's showing this we collected it right and again, and we used it. In the second time, there's like 30 to 40% the performance is decreased, but it is also working at that time. Now the conclusion is that we developed like economical and reusable pots, and that could, but using the basic idea of this whole project is to use the waste to treat the waste. Now I'd like to thank my guide, Dr. Amarish Kumar Sahu, and this college for MIT University for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Like if you want to interact with something,
Hmm.
that time we required what concentration we are adding in this.
So you can always like synthesize as per the requirement, the concentration. The basically what we do when we synthesize carbon dots, we just weigh compared it with the water, like how much mg per ml there is carbon dot, and this is how we calculate.
Because this is a solution, whatever solution we are getting.
Yeah.
But after that, what amount we are adding in some other
Yeah,
solutions?
exactly. That's
So
the
what is the exact final concentration in
yeah,
that one?
that is the
How
thing
to
that we have done like a lot of experiment. When I say this is the bot is mixture of the carbon dot, iron oxide, and oleic acid, and so this is this took like around 6 months to just to get to that point. And the reason is what you were asking is what concentration could be the optimum one to just keep it in position. So we tried a different concentration, and in like paper, when we are writing this paper, we just propose that it has to be 2:1, whatever the concept. Like when we are using what we are carbon not using is like 15 mg per ml, and that concentration we are using and ratio 2:1 for the synthesis of this bot. That is what we found that's optimum for this, like keeping the bot stable inside
So
the
is
water.
there any solution if we are able to know what extinction coefficient, because it's showing some absorbance peak.
It may be, but sir, what we did is like hit and trial. We chose different concentration of that, and we like tried to perform the experiment, and like we kept it for different hours, and we found that this is the best one we're keeping it. So this is why we yeah.
Okay, it's fine. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Saurav. So we'll move with our next invited speaker, Professor J.C. Kunyal, Scientist G, Head Center for Environmental Assessment and Climate Change, GB Pant National Institute of Himalayan Environment, Almora, Uttarakhand. The topic of the talk is aerosols and climate change in the northwestern Indian Himalayan region. We welcome you, sir. So till the time our speaker is joining, I would like to announce who are the oral presenters for the next session. Oral presenter 6 is Anjani Jain, 8 is Kishore Kumar, 9 is Anand Salvi, 10 is Himanshi, 11 is Manish, 12 is Neetu Dhanda, 13 is Naveen Kumar, 14 is Pooja Yadav, and 15th is Sarthak. All of you are requested to please be ready with your presentations in this. जिनके गोला लगा है उनकी हो गई है.
हेलो देखिए माइक पे ग्रीन बन गया है ना आपने बोलना है. हेलो यस
Yes, sir, you are audible.
ऑडिबल ओके ये प्रेजेंटेशन शेयर कर दो. सो शुड आई स्टार्ट.
Yes, sir.
ओके जस्ट गड़बड़ ये तुमने वो म्यूट भी तो कर रखा है. हेलो हेलो
Yes, sir, you are audible.
okay thank you very much and slides are moving please see.
Yes, sir, they are moving.
Okay thank you very much. So, thank you very much, organizers from MIT University, and especially Professor Atul Thakur and Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Sharma and other faculty members for giving me this opportunity. I am really sorry for some of the technical interruptions in between took place. So today's topic, what was assigned to me, is that aerosols and climate change in the northwestern Indian Himalayan region. So before talking about the climate change, we should understand what is aerosols. Aerosols are nothing but a colloidal system of particulate, gaseous, and liquid pollutants which remain under suspension within the atmosphere from Earth's surface to the outer limit of this atmosphere is known as aerosols. As I told that why this this field is very, very important in today's era, especially when we talk about the climate change. First of all, if suppose I talk about the Indian Himalayan region, first of all, its status is unknown to all, because lack of data is prevalent in the mountain areas, and Himalaya are supposed to be topographically fragile and ecologically very delicate. And today, as you see, the weather is changing even within the weeks and within the months. So first of all, it is very important to know its status. What is the level of these atmospheric pollutants within the atmosphere? And as a result of that, then how they are going to increase the temperature and at local level. And then when at local level, these pollutants are increasing, then at global and global level, how the climate change is taking place. And as a result of this, you can see, if suppose temperature is increasing in some of the geographical unit, then definitely you might have seen that the shifting of vegetation, shifting of crops and orchards are the frequent, inferences of this climate change to higher altitudes, because they are changing their habitats and they are not getting suitable temperatures in low-lying regions. As a result of that, they are, shifting upwards. For example, apple is one of the best examples under horticulture, and today you will see that the apple is supposed to be growing even in cold desert regions of Lahore and Spiti in or Kinnaur in Himachal Pradesh, as well as in Uttarakhand in Joshimath and Almora. And similarly, its implications, if we see that aerosols are supposed to have the health impact problems and especially respiratory problems. So along with this ecological, consequences due to climate change, then definitely we can see that there are a lot of implications are coming up day by day. If suppose you see health impact is the finer the particles, they are supposed to be more dangerous, and these finer particles are supposed to be deposited or remain in the innermost part of the alveoli known as lungs, and within the lungs, and this is the trachea, and within the trachea you can see that coarser particles they can come out due to sneezing or coughing, but smaller particles remain within the innermost part of our body organs. As a result of that, this phenomena takes place, and you can see that there are a lot of problems, and sometimes you might have found that the people are working in not congenial environment or pristine environment, are being hit by so many other health disorders. Sometimes you might have heard the cardiovascular diseases, and all these things are may also take place due to air pollutants, if suppose they are beyond permissible limits. Similarly, when we talk about the black carbon aerosols, there are so many types of aerosols, and black carbon aerosols you can see, and their size remains below 0.5 micron in size, and they are supposed to be generated due to open waste burning, and vehicular emissions, and biomass burning, forest fire, and all these things are contributing to our black carbon. If suppose they are going to be transported from one place to another place, and their life cycle remains within a week, and even they can also be deposited over the glaciers. As a result of that, our glaciers melting rates are going to be faster. So if suppose I talk about the types of aerosols, basically, then you can see they are three types. But for a layman point of view, we should understand these things: fine mode particles and coarse mode particles. And below 5, you can see 0.51 micron below size particles are known as fine mode size particles, whereas above 1 micrometer size in diameter, we can call them coarse size particles. If, as I have already told, that they have basically two sources: natural sources, volcanic eruption, dust storm, forest fire, and all these things, whereas the anthropogenic sources include biomass burning, vehicular exhaust, industrial exhaust. And we have control over the anthropogenic activities, human activities, then definitely we can control those sources also. So I will show you the two present case studies, one which we conducted in Himachal Pradesh. We have environmental observatory there, and here at headquarters, Kushi Katarmal, Almora is another observatory through which we are supposed to look into these the behavior of these aerosols. And we have used atherometer, you can see, for black carbon measurement, and you can see multi-wavelength radiometer from ISRO. It is developed from ISRO, and it works from 280 nanometer to 1025 nanometer, and it has 10 wavelength, and it simply shows the extension within the particular wavelength due to aerosols from the atmosphere, and through which we can calculate columnar aerosols. And this is handy equipment, sun photometer, and it has 5 wavelength, and we can take it also on glaciers or any other field study sites. And similarly, we have weather stations and a pyranometer, as you already know. These aerosols are also looked into in ambient environment, which are supposed to be up to the tree height or building's height, and a respirable dust sampler, you can see, fine particulate sampler. And similarly, what are the ion constraint on this material deposited on filter paper water and filter paper here for 24 hours or 8-hourly basis, then we analyze what are the ionic compositions in it. And that tells the sources of these aerosols. Similarly, if suppose we go the data from way back to 2 decades, you can see that we have larger concentrations of fine mode particles. You can see 380 nanometer to 500 nanometer, and those aerosols could reach up to 0.6. If suppose I compare these values on the other metropolitan cities, then we on average we found at Kanpur 0.5 at 500 nanometer, and Aries, Nainital, we find it 0.026 UOT aerosol optical wealth, whereas in our region this is being found 0.26, and in Aries, what I should say, that 0.026. This means that we are 10 times more polluted. Our region is 10 times more polluted, but 50% less polluted than Kanpur. So similarly, it is a passive sampler, and it is eyepiece site, and through which it rotates automatically during sunrise to sunset. So similarly, it has a control unit, and the data are going to be, controlled by its unique system. So similarly, if suppose forenoon and afternoon aerosol optical depth, we see that before noon time, their concentrations remain low as compared to during afternoon due to convective activity. As the temperature goes higher and higher, the convective activity also takes place. As a result of air pollutants also move from ground to the sky side. So if suppose annual variations in UOD at higher altitude, nearby snow line, below the snow line or nearby snow line, then you can see their values are also quite considerable during especially the peak season and summer season when tourist influx are more. And if suppose we see the relationship between coarse mode particles and fine mode particles, though fine mode particles are supposed to be represented by alpha, and whereas the coarse mode particles are going to be represented by the beta. And they have paradoxical situation. If suppose fine mode particles within the atmospheres are more, then coarse mode particles will be less. And similarly, the other sides, it takes place in that conditions. If suppose I take about the examples of black carbon aerosols, these were also being measured up to 8,000 nanogram per cubic meter. And sometimes if suppose we measure it at another site, so you can see in lower sites, then you can see that it has also similar pattern at all the sites, bimodal peaks in the morning and as well as in the evening. Everywhere you can see, and this is directly related to the human activities as well as the narrowing down of the boundary layer of pollutant. In the morning times, the boundary layer remains close to the earth surface, whereas during afternoon it goes higher and higher due to convective activity. If suppose seasonal variations if we see, then you can see that in winter seasons black carbon aerosols are going to be higher. This is directly related to our human activities, because whenever we are using the fuel wood and other activities we are doing in the mountain areas, definitely these have become the prime source, and it was added by the forest fire also. Similarly, if suppose we have a glimpse of Parvati glaciers and land surface also when we compare, then glaciers are not supposed to be untouched due to these black carbon aerosols. For example, we studied Parvati glacier way back in 2015 and 2016. Then we found that on average 217 nanogram per cubic meter black carbon was found. And if suppose I compare these values with the 4,000 nanogram per cubic meter at valley side of Kullu Valley, then there is a great difference. But our glaciers are not supposed to be untouched due to this pollutant. So because this is known as one of the most important heat absorbing aerosol, in that context, I think that it has a greater role to play in atmospheric dynamics. Similarly, if suppose its sources on glaciers were seen black carbon sources, then fossil fuel burning has 73% contribution compared to the biomass burning by 27% overall over the glaciers period. So similarly, if suppose I see the values during the forest fire season, these are supposed to be more than double. You can see the red peaks are only due to forest fire, and at that time these black carbon aerosols are shooted off, and more than twice sometimes. And if suppose forest fire days and non-forest fire days are compared, you can see again the red lines are representing during the time of forest fire seasons, because in the mountain area it is a common practice by the people that we are suffering from this most important pollutant through which PM 2.5, PM 10 and other species of the aerosols are going to increase. As a result of that, that has also added in increasing the temperature. If suppose during the pandemic situation we see, Then during pre-lockdown situation and during lockdown situation, you can see there is a greater difference. If suppose we are getting here 60 microgram per cubic meter, especially TSP, suppose I talk, and then we are getting 80 during pre-lockdown situation. Then this means that during pre-lockdown situation, during pandemic situation, maximum concentration of TSP stood to be 109.6 plus minus 16 microgram per cubic meter, and 73 around PM10 and 62 PM2.5. While during lockdown, we found these values drastically reduced, and they came down up to 89.4 and 57.6 and 52.2 respectively. So this means that we have a lot to contribute to the pollution. Human activities have lot to contribute these pollutions. If suppose we compare the rate change from during lockdown period, you can see the 58%, maximum 48% BC was reduced, 58% TSP was reduced, and similarly other pollutants concentrations from the atmosphere were reduced, which tells that anthropogenic impacts are much more on our ecosystem. As a result of these some of the form of pollutants, disasters are taking place. These are supposed to be the driving factors through which our atmospheric dynamic are working accordingly. If suppose I say that my region is pristine, it is not essential that always my region will be pristine. Again, it depends on the directions of wind, air masses from which they are coming into our region. And similarly, when we compare this with the Calypso satellite, then you can see the same times they have the pollutants here, which are coming from the wells as well as the dry regions, and sometimes sulfate aerosols over the oceanic regions. So they also contribute, and throughout the year in our regions, at least the northwestern Indian Himalayan region, you can see the western disturbances are taking place. And why these are taking place throughout the year, and they are also bringing the fine mode particles, whether they are in particle form, whether they are in gaseous form, they are going to be transported from these regions to our region. And if suppose I calculate or I estimate to what extent they are contributing, so this model, concentration weighted trajectory model, tells that larger concentrations are coming from the local regions compared to the less concentration but not nil concentration from outer side regions to our region. So this means that external forces are also contributing to these pollutants in our region. As a result of that, our radiative imbalance, the difference between the incoming and outgoing solar radiation, is known as the radiative imbalance. Then you can see that at 3 levels, when we analyze what is the condition of our Earth surface, what is the condition of our surface, and what is the condition of our top of the atmosphere, then you can see that our atmosphere is going to be warm up by around 25 watt per square meter, whereas at Kothi, at nearby Rohtang Pass, it is also around, you can see around 19 watt per square kilometer per square meter. If suppose we convert this within the every season, then you can see the pre-monsoon season is having more compared to what I should say winter season. So pre-monsoon season and then monsoon season and then post-monsoon season, throughout the pattern is going in that condition. And due to this, our overall radiative forcing, our surface is going to be cooled down, our atmosphere is going to be warm up, whereas due to black carbon aerosol, top of the atmosphere is going to be warmer, but bit more compared to other regions. And as a result of that, if suppose I calculate it, I convert it, its heating rate, then it is going to be 0.54 Kelvin per day in our northwestern Indian Himalayan region. So this means that this institute is one of the networking sites, and throughout the country we are its a part. And as a result of that, then we can see what is the temperature in every time is going up or sometimes down. It is higher one 0.80 Kelvin per day during pre-monsoon season, and during in winter season you can see the lowest one, but also it is also in between in monsoon and post-monsoon season. So maximum temperature rise was noticed during in pre-monsoon season and lower in post-monsoon and winter season. And in nutshell, I will tell you, when relative imbalance is taking place, our earth surface is going to be cooled down and our atmosphere is going to be warmer. As a result of that, what is happening? The winds are always blowing from high pressure to low pressure, and high pressure will be at the place where the temperature will be low. And as a result of that, so many atmospheric, dynamics are taking place, and so many storms, thunderstorms, and sometimes in the mountain areas, cloud bursts are taking place due to these factors, which normally a layman neglect. So with this field is one of the most important field, aerosol science. When we talk about the climate change, definitely one should talk about first aerosols, how they are prevailing over a geographic region, what is their concentration, what is their relative forcing, then how it is going to be change our normal temperature, and then how it is driving our atmospheric phenomena. So at world level, first of all, it will start from the local side, then it may expand or spread at regional side, and that's why you are today seeing that a lot of world is suffering from these atmospheric phenomena. As presently we people are also seeing that the seasonal cycling is again shifting, and our climate change implications are clear-cut, visible, whether we are talking about the Delhi or whether we are talking about the Himalaya. So that's all. Thank you very much. I think that I took your more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your valuable time. Now we'll start with the oral presentations. The judges for the session would be Dr. Mrinal Pal, Dr. Palas Halder, and Dr. Ashish Seni. The marking is from 30 marks, 10 marks of each block. So we'll start with Miss Anjani Jain.
A very good evening to the gathering. My regards to the chairs, the organizing committee members, and all the participants present here. I, Anjani Jain, student of 4th SEM, Bachelor's in Audiology and Speech Language Pathology, is presenting a research on the topic, Investigation of Development of Phonology Using AI, a Preliminary Study. The co-authors are Dr. Vijay Kumar and Mr. Jitendra Kumar Seni from ASLP Department, and Dr. Leena Bhardwaj from Department of CBFS. To start with, what is speech?
Speech is the way we say sounds and words. It has three main components: voice, articulation, and fluency. Voice refers to this one? This one. Yeah. We start with an understanding of what is voice. Voice refers to the production of sound from the vocal cord vibration. Moving to articulation. Excuse me, sir. Articulation refers to the production of those sounds by using various articulators like teeth, tongue, and lips, whereas fluency, the final part of speech, refers to the rhythm and rate of our speech. Next up, we have language. Language refers to the word use and why do we actually use them or how we use them. It has 5 basic components: phonetics or phonology, morphology, syntax, semantics, and pragmatics. Now, my study is based on phonological assessment in Hindi-speaking children. Henceforth, it is important for us to understand what is phonology. Phonology is the study of speech sounds. For example, if we say f or b or g, why are we saying these sounds? What is the relation? Phonological development. It refers to using these speech sounds and forming communicative patterns and communicating effectively. Now, to understand the background of the study, this is basically done to analyze the development of adequate phonological skills, which are very essential for speech as well as language development of the children. Now, there is a lot of study available on Western literature, but there is hardly any study for the Hindi-speaking population. Coming to some literary reviews. Now, before I start with a literary review, I'd like to elaborate that when we talk about phonological assessment, it is a very conventional method in which one person performs those assessments. But considering that it is being performed by a human, there are a lot of sources of error. Therefore, it is important for us to bring into light the development of an artificial intelligence component, which can help us with such assessments. Now, there was a research conducted by Sophia et al. In 2020 to evaluate the speech and language parameters in Alzheimer's disease. So there they basically analyze speech samples, and by textual analysis of those samples, they could target if a particular client had Alzheimer's disease or mild cognitive impairment or some other type of intellectual impairment. Similarly, Baker et al. In 2023 used artificial general intelligence model to work on patients with anomic aphasia. That artificial general intelligence model was very interesting as it had a database of more than 2,000 utterances. And apart from that, the database, this whole model was able to actually target the mistakes being made by the population. Along with that, analyze the patterns of the mistakes and find out cognitive insights leading to those patterns. The primary objective of the study was to investigate speech intelligibility across rhyming, storytelling, open-ended questions, and picture description tasks for 2 age groups, which is 3 to 4 and 4 to 5 among the Hindi-speaking children. It also aimed to analyze the error patterns coming in the phonological assessment and to explore the need of artificial intelligence in the same. The design is a normative research design. The population was a total of 40 children, 15 girls and 25 boys, who were randomly selected from a junior high school in Delhi. The age range was 3 to 5 years. All children were native Hindi speakers. Also, it is important to note that any child with a history of cognitive or intelligence impairment or any other comorbid condition was excluded from this research. A written consent was taken from the parents, school authorities, and the teachers after explaining the procedure of the whole research. The phonological assessment was performed by 4 parameters. Number 1 being 2 most common Hindi rhymes, for example, Machli Jal Ki Rani Hai or Titli Rani. The second was an age-appropriate picture-based Hindi story card. For example, the Hare and the Tortoise story or the Thirsty Crow. Next were 10 open-ended questions, which were conversation-based. And the last part was a picture description task. The procedure took 5 steps. First of all, audio recording of the rhymes and allocated stories recited by the child. Step 2, audio recording of 10 open-ended questions and the elaborative answers elicited from the child. A picture description task and audio recording for the same. Audio recordings were done for all the tasks subsequently. After that, an IPA transcription was performed and data analysis was done to measure speech intelligibility. The statistical analysis used Shapiro-Wilk test, which proved that the data was distributed normally among all the 4 tasks, that is rhyming, storytelling, open-ended questions, and picture description. Also, an independent sample t-test was performed to check for the mean speech intelligibility and the changes in it across the 2 age groups, that is 3 to 4 and 4 to 5. Coming to the results. So the mean speech intelligibility score for open-ended questions showed significant variation in the 2 age groups. It was significantly higher for the 4 to 5 age group and significantly lower for the 3 to 4 age group. Coming to rhyming task, the mean speech intelligibility score did not show any significant differences for both the categories. Storytelling task, again, there was no significant difference in the mean speech intelligibility scores. Picture descriptions shows a similar pattern of no significant difference among both the categories. Discussion. Now we do realize that open-ended questions were the only place where we observe significant differences. Now this is precisely because the child receives phonetic cues, and we do realize that as a child grows, their ability to receive those phonetic cues changes and increases. Next, when we talk about the storytelling and the rhyming tasks, we observe that there were no significant differences, which can be because of the suprasegmental cues, which are given in the same amounts to children of the age group 3 to 4 and 4 to 5. Sources of error. There were 4 main sources of error: subjective assessment of the sample, inconsistency of interjudge rating, questionable representational sample, ignorance of linguistic, cultural, socioeconomic backgrounds. The proposed AI model to eradicate all of these error patterns are optimal input of demographic or linguistic data, creation of linguistic pool using AI methods, shortlisting of target stimuli based on feedback received in the step 1, and an analysis of obtained sample by using AI-based buffering mechanism. The conclusion. This present study indicated the development of speech intelligibility across 4 main tasks. We do realize that the open-ended questions were the most sensitive indicator for increase in speech intelligibility across the 2 age groups. Subsequent studies on this topic shall include a larger sample size and probably better and more informative assessment tools. Alongside this study helps us analyze the need for an artificial intelligence database, enhancing the process and credibility of speech and language assessments. These are the references. At the end, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee of Multifunctional Advanced Materials, MAM2023, for providing me with this wonderful opportunity. I would express my special thanks to Amity University, Haryana for catering us with such a fabulous conference and occasion to interact and expand our horizons. My special thanks to my 2 seniors, Soumya Goyal and Jasmine Olak from any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Anjani. So I am clear about your objective of your study, but what is the take-home message from your study?
So the take-home message from the study is that when we perform a phonological assessment, there are a lot of things that happen there. First of all, it is assessed by us humans, and our understanding for one disorder may vary from person to person. I might find one person very intelligible, whereas someone else from a different dialect would not find that speech very intelligible. So what I'm trying to say here is that we need an artificial intelligence database and a whole model which analyzes the speech said by an individual and then gives us the correct results so that there is no scope for human error or deviance in that case.
Yeah, so on the same relation, my next point is how AI help to analyze these things. Means how you have used this analysis using AI.
So using AI, a basic idea is that we would have a database. Now the database would have information from 2 sources. Considering this research is based on Hindi speaking population, we would have utterances there from an authorized Hindi dictionary. At the same time, we would have information from neurotypically developing kids of the same age groups. And that will actually help the AI know that these are the correct productions and these are the erroneous ones, and they can be then sorted out, as it is mentioned here, that this would create the linguistic pool which is needed for us to function. And then that information can be later transcribed by doing the IPA transcription by the system itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody have questions? Okay.
Because there are different dialects, people may speak a word differently, but there you're trying to standardize the pronunciation or the other, so that it can be, to the non-English speaking people or non-language speaking people, they can have the better understanding of the language in a standard way or what?
So what I interpret from the question is that the AI database that would be created, it would be just based on Hindi language, but at the same time, it would include all the dialect variations in the Hindi language. So for example, if I am from a particular state of India and I speak Hindi in a different accent, when I say to the AI database, they will be able to understand me. But if I am from some other state speaking it in a completely different dialect, again, that would be analyzed and interpreted in much the same way. This will help us analyze if there are any errors in the production of the person and therefore diagnose the person with probably speech sound disorders or phonological disorders. So the AI database, it would have, for example, we have one word apple. Now, if someone pronounces it in a certain way, that pronunciation would be stored there. If some other person pronounces it in another way, that pronunciation would also be stored there. But if a person comes who has an erroneous production, for example, instead of apple, they're saying able. Now the per sound is completely substituted by the bur sound. That is a proper error which will be analyzed by AI and then considered as resulting into a disorder of some sort. But if there is a dialect difference, then that would not be considered as an error.
So this model would be as intelligent as the stored database.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, when you are working with AI, you require a very huge database. Okay, you have taken a very narrow band of 40 students.
Yes, sir.
And what you are presenting is a very first stage or infant stage of implementing AI.
Yes, sir.
Your first stage will be you require a very high database that will be stored. Then you require a continuous learning. More and more in field you will go, more and more data you will get. And the AI algorithm will learn from those data. And then after learning of that algorithm, then you will be able to do the next level of characterizing what you intend to do. So it's a very infant stage, and but I like the work you had started. So good.
Thank you, sir.
So here I would like to add, this is a student of BSc 4th year. So
Second year.
second year, 4th semester.
Yes, sir.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes. So wonderful.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so in interrupting this session between, I would like to request Professor Atul Thakur, sir, to please present the conference souvenirs to the session chairs, Dr. Minal Pal and Dr. Parash Haldar. श्रीनिवास जी लाइट्स ऑन कर दीजिए स्टेज की. प्रीति मैम. To Dr. Parash Haldar. We'll continue with the next oral presenter, Mr. Kishore Ajay Kumar. He's from AINT AUH.
में सारी चीजें ले लो ये.
ठीक है.
आप आ जाइए या फिर कैसे किसी को भेज देंगे.
एक मिनट. हाँ, एक मिनट बस एक मिनट. मुस्कान, I work for you. Please. जा. ये पकड़. ये छोड़िए, मैं कर दूंगी. पकड़. कैमरामैन के साथ जा. सारी फोटोज इसमें ले ले, वो दे रहा है. जा. और पेन ड्राइव ध्यान से रखिए, तो सर ने मांगी है. वो रहा. उनके साथ जा.
Good evening, one and all.
पास जितनी फोटोज
Good evening, one and all. Just want to take a few minutes of your valuable time. I want to just present my research work, which I am working under Dr. Atul Thakur, Director of MIT University Nanotechnology. So the work which I want to present is effect of ground in V-folding flexible antenna for shape curved objects. So basically, the topic which I'm going to discuss is I'm going to project on the antenna, basically patch antenna. So I have used this antenna on a substrate called flexible Kapton. So basically, since we are going to discuss on the materials, I'll be extending my discussion on materials also. So basically, coming to the V folding, which I'm going to discuss, it's a unique work which I have done under the Atul sir. So basically, V-shaped antenna, I'll just show you the presentation so we can easily understand. The first of all, before I start the presentation, so the first problem basically we have is we have a different type of objects present in this world. So we know that even IoT technology is rapidly increasing in this generation. So basically, for every object, there is a requirement of antenna. So antenna must be molded on the object so that so the antenna can be connected to every device, and IoT can be established very easily. So basically, the first point which I want to project here is sharp edge objects. So basically, we have a different types of curvature of objects. So basically, we have a cylindrical curvature, we have a V-shaped curvature. So we have a different curvatures of the objects, but on that curvature of the objects, we are going to mold the antenna. So deforming antenna is going to happen when we are going to shape the shape of the antenna. So deformation of an antenna, when it takes place, so the first thing is the stability, the working, whatever that parameters we are working on the antenna, that's started to degrade. So basically, that is the first effect we are finding here. So basically, that I have mentioned here we have some parameters called return loss, gain, directivity, efficiency, resonance frequency. So this starts to degrade. So basically, when deformation takes place, but our main ultimate goal is we want to change the shape of the antenna according to the object. So for that, so we have some examples. I have just projected some examples like textiles, so IoT, aeronautical, automobiles, and many devices require antennas. So for that, we are going to certainly do a mandatory work called as a deformation of an antenna. So that when we started to deform the antenna, the first effect is frequency shifting. Try to understand the first point. So frequency shifting happening, the last point which I have mentioned in this. So first of all, in my work, which I have worked for V folding is, so try to understand what is a V folding. So first of all, I have, we have just showing you what is a V folding in the first presentation. So fixing one point, basically we have a 1 point fix here. So at this point, I'm going to change the angle till 45 degrees and checking the performance. So when I have done this activity, so there is a drastic change for every bend. Why? Because the fringing field and the performance of the antenna certainly changes when the bend of the antenna takes place. So, and the next thing is what I have done, the next process is step by step is I have done it for percentage wise. Percentage wise is nothing but the complete antenna must be monitored so that we can understand why it is happening and what is the reason behind it. So the first thing is to remove the frequency shifting. The first effect is we need to iterate some ground. So basically, I'm showing the third picture where we are directly able to see there. So that is directly we are iterating some ground. So the fringing field is not affected, and directly the radiation is in a proper way, and the shifting drastically started to reduce. That is the first achievement done here. So, and the next we are seeing the patch antenna with a specific design. So basically that design was being chosen after many different designs, because the frequency shift will be drastic when the shape of the antenna also changes in the patch surface. So coming to this main important thing, analytical model, which I have chosen the topic called analytical model design, testing of curvilinear deformed antennas. So I have worked more on CST Microwave Studio, which is a simulation tools. So I just want to share the simulation tool. This is a simulation tool which I have worked, and the material which I have chosen for this is Kapton. So basically, before discussing about the material, so I started to use a material called flexible material. So material called flexible, so where it can change the shape of the antenna very easily. So we have a different types of flexible antennas, as I'm showing you the polypropylene and so PET material. We have a glass epoxy and polyamide. So these are the some different types of flexible materials which are available in the market nowadays. So, and from this, I have chosen a polyamide. The brand name of that polyamide is called as an Kapton. So that Kapton is very useful, which because it is having a very good insulating property and with a high temperature stability. So that I have chosen that material and started to build my bending performance on that antenna. So basically this type of antenna, which I am directly showing you on the CST simulation tool. So the permittivity which the Kapton is having is 3.4 and the loss tangent is 0.002, which is very good for radiation of the antenna from 0.1 to 5 gigahertz. So this is a bending performance of all the antennas accumulated in one picture. You can see that. The side by side, I have even mentioned the back side bending in the top diagram and the front side bending in the down diagram. Where it is back side, you can see the percentage bending. The complete patch antenna has been bent, and we can see the picture with a clear representation. So coming to the CST simulations, CST is a tool where we can work for a 3D electromagnetic radiation analysis for all the devices. So I have used that simulation tool for proper analysis of performance of this antenna. So basically, I said you in the performance, we basically talk about the gain, directivity, efficiency, and the resonance frequency. So here the first thing is, when I have a complete ground in a normal patch, there is a drastic change for every band. But when I have iterated the ground, the shift of the frequency started to reduce for every percentage of antenna, percentage of bending of antenna. So we can see the performance here. So the maximum total efficiency and frequency resonance also is not having a drastic shift. From 10% to 100%, we can see the results. The results will properly show that the shift of the frequency started to reduce. That is the first achievement by this work. And the next point I want to introduce is called as a surface current distribution by this work, what I have done. So what is this surface current distribution? So when we consider any patch antenna, so the current will be distributed on the surface of the antenna on the entire plane. But when it is deformed, or we call it as it is changing the shape of that antenna, so the surface current will also be changing according to that. Basically, surface current distribution is a main important for improving the parameters like directivity, gain, whatever the parameters we are calling. So that parameters can be improved by the surface current distribution. So we can see here, the first thing is which we can see the 147 amperes per meter, which we are able to see here. So this surface current is for unfold, which is not having any fold. It is a straight word. And the next one is PF, which is 25, is having 66. And next one is 132 amperes, and the last one is 145 amperes. So what I have just want to just conclude here is, when we are starting the percentage of bending, so from the feed point, it started to increase stepwise drastically. So any person can understand that surface current distribution will be improved when the percentage wise bending increases. So this I want to just conclude, and we have designed a prototype design. This is a Kapton material which we used. A Kapton, I said you, as an polyamide. So which is the results we brought from, we accumulated from Chamber, IIT Delhi. So these are the percentage of antenna bending samples. You can see the samples also with the Kapton. And these are the results which we obtained from the simulation and measured results, where the first achievement is a resonance frequency shift was been reduced, and whatever the performance required in a gain and directivity was being achieved. Like for example, the gain, while with a complete ground, we got a -18, which is not a considerable, but after iterating the ground, we achieved a gain of 2 dB. So that is a great thing which we considered, and these are the references which we considered. So thank you for this opportunity. So if any questions, I can.
Very nice presentation, sir.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Just for a simple clarification,
Yes.
if we increase the dielectric constant of the media,
Yes.
right? So what the impact will come?
Sir, first of all, the change of the parameters will happen for many things. Like, for example, you said me increasing the dielectric material, dielectric constant. So the parameters changes, and the thing is the performance changes, and many things, even the application changes. Finally, the thing is, and our main motive of choosing the Kapton is flexibility for bending or folding. So that is the first scope of choosing that material.
So this is basically from structural point of view, right?
Yes, structural point of view.
But
yeah.
From core performance point of view, if we analyze, so here approx 4 or dielectric constant, right? 3.8 something like that.
Yeah, 3.4.
So if it is increased up to 9 or 10, what will happen? This is my
question. So the when the dielectric material increases, so the resonance frequency, whatever that we are expecting at that frequency, will increase drastically, because the insulating material will property will increase, and the resonance frequency will certainly increase, and the application will be changing according to that. That is the thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Ajay Kumar.
Yeah.
Your antenna is IoT based?
Sir, pardon?
IoT based antenna? This is
No, actually, it's not IoT based. It's we have designed for all types, like automobile. Basically, it's a bending, folding type of antenna, which can be used for IoT. I just given as an examples, which can be used for IoT, which can be used for automobiles, and it can be used for aeronautical also. But for specifically the question what you asked is, yes, we can use it for IoT.
good.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Have there
Thank
any
you.
other questions?
Please.
Anybody? Okay. Let's
So
move to
thank you.
next one.
Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would like to call Mr. Anand Salvi for the next presentation.
Hi, Emily.
कौन सी है?
दे तो रखी मैंने, इधर नीतू की है।
इसमें देखो खुद इसको।
हेलो हेलो। Exactly. Yeah. अच्छा अच्छा हो
नहीं रहा है वो। हो गया हो गया
हो गया।
Okay. So a very good evening to all. So we all are present for the fourth conference on the multifunctional advanced material. So myself, Anand Salvi, research scholar under the guidance of Dr. Manish Chandelier. So at MAT University, Haryana. So today I'm going to present my topic is related to the interaction analysis of the silver nanoparticle with hemoglobin. Okay, so why study of the nano particle are important? So we all know that the nanomaterial are a popular research issue right now in the field of including electronic energy, biomedicine, environment, and many of the others applications. So despite that risk associated with their application, and it is important to the critical examinate for the biological environments. So that great deal of the research is devoted to the understanding their unique features due to the incomplete knowledge of nanoparticle interaction with the biological system and lack of systematic pattern of the comparative investigations. So I have just uh, synthesize some of the nanoparticle and mainly I'm work on the silver nanoparticle with the effect of the particular protein, and and that is interaction we can use for the different applications like biomedical therapeutic drugs, nanomedicine, nanovaccination, pharmaceutical industry and textile industries, cosmetic food industries. We can also use for the anti-cancer and clinical trials. Okay. So I have synthesized that silver nanoparticle from by the chemical reduction method. And also I have desalting chromatography for the bovine hemoglobin, which is the main protein of हाँ. हो तो गया. No. Okay. Share. Done. Okay. Happening. कहाँ गया? एक सेकंड. मेरी थी, वो मेरी थी. हाँ. हाँ. हाँ हाँ हाँ. भाग रहे. Okay. Share. ये वाला करो. ये वाला, ये वाला, ये वाला. Okay. I'll show you. Okay, okay, fine. Fine, it's fine. What happened? क्या हुआ? हो गया? यहाँ से. Okay, so sorry for interruption. So as I say, I have synthesized the silver nanoparticle by chemical reduction method, and also the desalting chromatography for the bovine hemoglobin. So that is the I have done ferrous into ferric form. So these are the XRD pattern of the silver nanoparticle. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So this XRD pattern of this XRD pattern using this okay, so this is the XRD pattern of the showing that the mean particle size determined using the Surrer method on the main diffraction peak around 11 1 111 diffraction peak of the XRD diffraction pattern is around the nanometer size is 15.39, and the measurement of the zeta potential confirm the stability of the silver nanoparticle value minus 24.4 minus 20.4 millivolt, and that is silver nanoparticle were negatively charged in the dispersed media. So after the confirmation for the silver nanoparticle, we have just interact with some of the study with the biochemical and biophysical analytical study through the interaction. So first I have done this circular dichroism measurement, which is this peak shows that the two negative minima at 208 nanometer and 220 22 nanometer in the far UV region, which is for the alpha helical protein. Also, that negative minima is characterized the peak at the configuration of the bovine hemoglobin. So it would be confirmed that after the adding of this different concentration of the silver nanoparticle, which is not affected to the bovine hemoglobin protein. Okay. After that, I have just confirmed some of the UV visible spectroscopy technique that absorption spectra corresponding to the that SORAD peak around 405 405 nanometer. That is additionally different concentration of the silver nanoparticle, which is decreasing intensity of the SORAD band because of the interaction between the silver nanoparticle with bovine hemoglobin. So I have taken the different concentration, which is higher concentration to lower concentration, and which is shows that the higher concentration decrease the peak of the SORAD peak, which is some of the structural change in the protein. And when I have taken the less concentration of the silver nanoparticle and adding to the bovine hemoglobin, which is lead to the increase in the lambda max intensity. This lambda max intensity, which is lambda max intensity, suggests that changes in the bovine hemoglobin structural conformation, and this configuration of the silver nanoparticle around the chromophore of the bovine hemoglobin and specific interaction between the silver nanoparticle and bovine hemoglobin protein. After that quenching mechanism technique I have used for the interactions, so this higher concentration of the silver nanoparticle with the hemoglobin is affected to the protein of bovine hemoglobin, and you can see that in the analysis, which is higher concentration. It's quenched, decreased to the intensity, but by the less concentration, which is increasing to the intensity, emission intensity, which is we can conclude that the protein it has been no local changes of the unfolding structure of the proteins. So these are the conclusions. So I have conclusion that the XRD spectrum explain that characteristic of feature of the silver nanoparticle. That CD spectra of the bovine hemoglobin clearly indicated that the secondary structure has altered beyond the 1 mg per ml silver nanoparticle concentration and decreased the elasticity of bovine hemoglobin below 1 mg per ml silver nanoparticle concentration might be reason of absorption of bovine hemoglobin on the surface of nanoparticle. And this finding of exposure the silver nanoparticle caused the bovine hemoglobin partially unfluoral. And some of the spectra which is indicated that the local unfolding of the bovine hemoglobin with the silver nanoparticle and that effect to the microenvironment and around the tryptophan, tyrosine, and phenylalanine residues. And some of the significant changes in the fluorescence spectra at the higher concentration of the silver nanoparticles support the circular dichroism experiment of the bovine hemoglobin. And we can also see that I can also see that the bovine hemoglobin support the absorption phenomena happen during the interaction of the silver nanoparticle with bovine hemoglobin. And the above fundamental study with silver nanoparticle interaction with the bovine will highly useful in the various field of nanobiochemistry, especially in the pharmacology and biomedicine. These are my future perspective for the upcoming. That surface of chemistry understood that the absorption process of the hemoglobin on the silver nanoparticle. We have also analyzed the analysis of the silver nanoparticle interaction with the hemoglobin. We will also conclude that the silver nanoparticle with different class of the protein like beta sheet protein, alpha plus beta protein, major loop protein, alpha by beta protein, and comparing that interaction above mentioned the different classes of the proteins. Thank you for attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now I would like to call the next presenter. Okay, you can.
Yes, sir. Just a small clarification. Silver is usually 3D9 system, you know.
Sorry, sir.
Silver 3D9 system, right? So, my curiosity, what is the stereo specific aspects you are considering when it's binding with hemoglobin or proteins kind of things? Okay. 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 Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call the next presenter, Mr. Manish Nagar.
Hello. A very good evening to one and all, to esteemed guests. I'm Manish Nagar, and this is my ongoing research, and I'm presenting here the tuning microstructural attributes of spinel cobalt ferrite nanoparticles through annealing temperature. Okay, these are the contents which I will be discussing today, which is introduction and significance of research, problem specification, objectives, material methods, results and discussion, conclusion, and references. So the recent focus of material science and research is basically on the tailoring of the properties of new and existing nanomaterials. And cobalt ferrite nanoparticles are a special class of magnetic nanoparticles, which are technologically essential nanomaterials. And there are certain application areas which cobalt ferrite nanoparticles are used in. And we can see that magnetic storage media is where these nanoparticles are used, then healthcare. These nanoparticles are used in magnetic storage media, healthcare, microwaves and sensor applications, and environmental applications like the water treatment, biodiesel production, and carbon monoxide conversion to carbon dioxide. So these such versatile application domains, they require unique microstructural, electrical, and magnetic properties. And the microstructural attributes of cobalt ferrite nanoparticles greatly dictate their mechanical, optical, electronic, magnetic, and catalytic characteristics. So most of the microstructural parameters and attributes, they mostly result in the changes in strength and hardness of the material, changes in surface area to volume ratio, and its catalytic, electronic, and magnetic property. So the problem specification is that all these crucial properties are sensitive to the size of the crystallites and the relevant microstructural attributes, and they are governed by a heat treatment process, which is generally carried out during the synthesis process, which is the annealing. A change in the annealing temperature is basic during the synthesis process would cause alterations in these microstructural attributes, and the influence of annealing temperature on these attributes of cobalt ferrite nanoparticles is basically which has been investigated, analyzed, and discussed here. You can see this is the synthesis process of the nanomaterials, which is citrate precursor method, and which utilize different metal nitrates and citric acid as the fuel, and they are mixed together to create an aqueous ionic solution, which is allowed to go under self-ignition and combustion process, leading to the production of nanoparticles. These nanoparticles are then annealed at a particular temperature, and that particular temperature is basically which governs the microstructural attributes of these nanoparticles. So this study here is basically on the difference in microstructural attributes, which is obtained by changing the annealing temperature. So annealing is basically a process, heat treatment process, in which material is being heated upon and is kept at a particular temperature for a certain period of time and then is cooled down. And the annealing process is generally done to reduce the internal stresses, to refine the grain, and to improve the ductility and electrical and magnetic properties of the materials. So it would be interesting to know, if we change the annealing temperature, then what are the various changes which are observed in the microstructural parameters of these nanoparticles. So this is done by analyzing the XRD patterns. These are the 5 different patterns which have been observed for 5 different temperatures. 700 degrees Celsius is basically mostly preferred annealing temperature, which has been reported in literature. So what I've done is I've annealed the materials up from 500 degrees Celsius to 900 degrees Celsius, and we have since observed the different changes. So here we can see, sorry, here we can see that when we change the annealing temperature, these are 5 different 6 parameters, and on the next slide there are 4. So these are the parameters which have been observed, and we can see the changes which are observed and presented here because of the change in the annealing temperature. We can see that if we talk about interplanar spacing or the crystallite size, it increases with increasing the annealing temperature, whereas the lattice parameter, it also increases, but the theoretical X-ray density of the nanomaterials decreases with the increasing annealing temperature. And the values are mentioned here. We can see that the particle size, or the crystallite size is 7 nanometers at 500 degrees Celsius, which keeps on increasing, and it goes up to 21 nanometers at 900 degrees Celsius. And if we look at this graph here, we can see that there is an exponential increase as we move on to the higher temperature limits. And hopping lengths on the octahedral A site and B sites and dislocation, these two also increases with the increasing annealing temperature, and whereas dislocation density and microstrain, they decrease. The reason for these are concluded here, that if we talk about the interplanar spacing, lattice parameter, crystallite size, and hopping distances of these nanoparticles, they increase with the increasing temperature, because at higher temperature, thermal vibrations in the lattice structure, they increase, and the individual crystals tends to grow because of diffusion and recrystallization. As I said, annealing process, during the annealing process, there are 3 stages. First is recovery. where the materials, they lose their internal stresses, then there is recrystallization, and then there is grain growth. So here we can see that because of the process of diffusion and recrystallization, when the material is held at a very high temperature for a certain period of time, large crystals are formed from smaller ones. And this is why we have observed that because of the increased annealing temperature, the size of the nanoparticles was increasing. And this increase in annealing temperature also leads to thermal activation, which increases the atom's vibrational energy, which allows the atoms to move and hop for a longer distances, and which increases the hopping length of the lattice on the lattice A and B sides. The reduction in the theoretical X-ray density, dislocation density, and microstrain is observed. The 8 parameters in which C3 are increasing with the increasing temperature, and 5 are increasing and 3 are decreasing. Because of the larger crystal size, which comes with the higher annealing temperature, the packing of the crystal is not so efficient, and therefore the theoretical X-ray density which decreases, and the mobility of atom is increased, making it easier for the microstrains and dislocations to move, and the materials, they rearrange themselves, allowing the crystals to grow. Okay, allowing the crystals to grow to a larger size. So these are the study and conclusion. These are the references. Any questions? Thank you. Yes, sir. So these are all these parameters. The crystallized, when we observe and analyze this XRD pattern, this is the 311.
What kind of X-ray analysis you have done?
What, sir?
What kind of X-ray analysis?
XRD, sir.
No. This is XRD pattern.
Hanji.
I'm asking about what kind of analysis of XRD pattern you have done for the estimation of the parameters.
Sir, this 311 peak, which represents the nanomaterial or the spinel cubic structure, we have utilized, and from Scherrer equation, the crystallite size was found, and then from various formulas.
Lattice parameters.
So lattice parameter, there are formulas which are actually utilized to, like, I don't have formula here, but all these are formula-based calculations.
Okay.
From XRD data,
Actually, what you needs to do is you have to go for this kind of Rietveld analysis.
Yes.
Rietveld refinement.
Yeah, which will give the estimation of all the parameters.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I have done it for cobalt ferrite nanoparticles for 700 degrees Celsius. I've already published an article in SCI journal. This is just an extension of that study. So I'll be also doing that in future.
Good.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Anandji, I am a bit confused here. No doubt, great experimentation, but your terminology, whether it is annealing or sintering, be clear.
Sir,
Because these two are different things.
So actually, annealing and sintering, they both are utilized in the synthesis process. Annealing, the process which we generally utilize during the synthesis process is annealing, because we increase the temperature like 500 degrees Celsius. I've increased the temperature to 500 degrees Celsius, hold the material at that temperature for 3 hours, and then allowed it to cool down to the room temperature. This is basically the process of annealing, which we generally utilize in material science.
Okay. What I understood that is 700 degrees centigrade is you are getting the optimum result, right?
Yes, sir.
So what is the optimum crystallite size of your component?
So optimum basically depends upon the area or the application. Suppose if we are talking about if we require high mechanical strength, so we do not require microstrains and dislocation in the material. And if we can see here from these parameters, even though if it is a lower crystallite size where we get high surface area to volume ratio, but we have higher here we have higher dislocation density and microstrains. So if we require mechanical strength and crystallite size is not a concern, we can always go for higher annealing temperature. And if we require a smaller crystallite size and microstrains and dislocation is not of the concern, we can go for a smaller size and lower annealing temperature. So it depends. It's an application specific.
Okay. Perfect. My last point, just give one practical example, area of example where cobalt ferrite is used.
So Cobalt ferrite can be utilized for water treatment.
Not can be, being used.
So
Mm.
have been used. I
Yeah.
am particularly using cobalt ferrite for water treatment.
Mm.
I'm working on the project of removing the biocidal concentration in disinfected water, where I've been utilized cobalt ferrite. Cobalt ferrite have already been used by other scientists for biodiesel production. I've already utilized it for high frequency applications in which I've also already prepared. So there are
Okay.
targeted drug delivery, cancer therapy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to call the next presenter, Miss Neetu.
A very good evening to all. I am Neetu and I'm here to present my work on study on structural and antifungal properties of nickel calcium nanoferads. These are some contents which I'm going to discuss here. Introduction of ferrites, synthesis process of nickel calcium ferrite, XRD pattern and their antifungal studies. Introduction. The ferrite belong to the class of magnetic oxide containing iron oxide as the main component, and in ferrites, a large proportion of iron oxide mixed with the small proportion of metallic elements such as nickel, calcium, cobalt, barium, etc. Generally, ferrites are categorized into two categories. These are soft ferrites and hard ferrites. In soft ferrite, they show low coercivity and they are easy to be demagnetized. For example, nickel, zinc, calcium, they shows the soft ferrite categories. However, in hard ferrites, they show high coercivity and they are difficult to be demagnetized. And these are barium and strontium. This is the synthesis process which I use to prepare the nickel calcium nanoferrite. For this, metal nitrates firstly mixed with the distilled water, and then this solution were put on the stirrer for continuous stirring, and then then ammonia were added with the drop wise, then precipitate start forming, and then we measured their pH, and after that the particles were filtered out, and these particles were dried for 24 hours, then calcination were performed, and then the desired nanoparticles were obtained. This is the XRD pattern, and from this XRD pattern, it is clearly seen that the strongest reflection come from the 311 plane, which denote the spinel phase, and these all peak indexes, which are correspond to the cubic spinel structure. And this broad XRD line indicate that particle are of nano size range. These are some XRD parameters like crystallite size and lattice parameter were calculated, like, and I obtained lattice constant as 8.028 angstrom and crystallite size as 40 nanometer. This is the antifungal studies of nickel calcium nanoferrite, and this bar graph shows the antifungal studies of nickel calcium ferrites against the candida albicans cells and against the control, and it can be clearly seen that these particles shows the inhibition against candida albicans cells. These are some references. Thank you. Yes, sir. जी sir. Dop calcium. Yeah. Sir, as I see, the nickel ferrite are the transition metal, and whereas the calcium is the alkaline earth metal. They both shows different properties. So I take them, they both have different electrical, magnetic and optical properties. I taken half of both of half compositions of both. So to check and to explore their properties together. To explore their property and what effects they show on their electrical, magnetic and other properties.
Yeah, but you did not check the electrical and magnetic properties, not?
Not now, sir, but in future I will do that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Anybody? Yeah.
Have you made the composite or it is doping?
Doping, sir.
So then you cannot say that you are combining the properties of individual components. When calcium will go to the site, it will alter the existing properties, not based on what is original crystal structure, but it will go to the site depending upon what is the solubility of the calcium into the original lattice.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to call the next presenter, Mr. Sarthak Kharbanda.
A very good evening, all. I am Sarthak, a research scholar of Amity Institute of Nanotechnology, Amity University, Haryana. I would like to present my work on synthesis of bismuth ferrite nanostructures using a sol gel autocombustion method. So basically, pristine bismuth ferrite powders are uh, uh, not very easy to synthesize because of their structure. The effect on procedure and fuels, basically fuels, I'm using chelating agents as in Sol-Gel auto combustion, as used in Sol-Gel auto combustion method. So I have used different fuels, and the effect of that fuels and the procedure on the synthesis of samples are studied. Sol-Gel auto combustion and convention, it is the process, results of the process is compared with the conventional solid state method. So what is basically, what is my material, bismuth ferrite? So bismuth ferrite is a multiferrite material. So it comes in a family of multiferrite materials. So you can see that multiferrite materials are the combination of ferromagnetic and ferroelectric properties. Multiferrite materials possess these properties. Sorry for the interruption. So it is the only known room temperature multiferrite. So it has wide range of applications. So this is the summary of why I'm synthesizing this bismuth ferrite material. So the present work is reported to be reliable in working in a humid environment. So the material possessed a Curie temperature of 850 degrees Celsius and a Néel temperature of 360 degrees Celsius. And bismuth ferrite is a ternary metal oxide, so it possesses the structure of BiFeO3. It is a perovskite type structure. It is a weak ferroelectric, so a lot of current is leaked from the material as it is when it is exposed to electric current or electric higher voltages. So this is a AbO3 type structure of bismuth ferrite. So the green one are the oxygen, red ones are the bismuth, the position of bismuth, and gray and black are the position of iron. Iron in the oxidation state of +2 and iron in the oxidation state of +3. These blank spaces, blank spares are the oxygen vacancies. So here unit cell, in the unit cell, if you produce this unit cell 4 times, then one of the 12 oxygen anions is missing. So this is the 111 easy axis. We called it as a easy axis, and along this easy axis, the bismuth ferrite structure, bismuth ferrite lattice is distorted. So this is an easy axis for bismuth ferrite structure. So in the background of Sol-Gel auto combustion, Zhang et al. Demonstrated the combustion process. So nitrate fuel system, it is a nitrate fuel system used to synthesize nano-sized metal oxides. We have certain fuels that act as a chelating agent that form chelates with iron complexes. So this is the background study, the literature survey I've done for endothermic peaks. Basically, it determines the TG analysis and DSA analysis of the material. So these are the equations involved. So we have many combustible gases involved in the exhaust process of this method. So in my synthesis, I've synthesized 3 materials, 3 type of bismuth ferrite materials using solid state, and the other 2 types are using Sol-Gel auto combustion. I have utilized the fuel citric acid and glycine for the 2. So this was my procedure. We targeted for low temperature synthesis. So 450 degrees Celsius for 2 hours was my calcination temperature. So I have not done calcination apart from the synthesis. So I mixed nitrates of bismuth and iron, and then citric acid and one-time glycine was added. Then mixing and heating at 80 degrees Celsius till sol and gel was formed. Then the gel was heated for 450 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. So this is some real-time images. So I have optimized the auto combustion, this chamber. I have used this muffle furnace for combustion. So these are the XRD data for my work. So the BFO1 is termed as solid state synthesis, and consequently BFO2 and BFO3 are for sol gel. So in BFO3 that was used, glycine was used in this method. It was found that this is the purest of all. So these are DLS studies, dynamic light scattering. So we have found the average particle size for DLS to be 105, 37, and 78, consequently for BFA 1, 2, and 3. The crystallite size was found with the help of Scherer formula using XRD, and 72 nanometers, 34 nanometers, and 32 nanometers was found subsequently for the synthesized materials. So these were the challenges using my synthesis. Toxic exhaust fumes are, we have to handle these exhaust fumes, and the dissolution of bismuth nitrate was not optimum. Then traceable volume of nitric acid was used, then it could produce some other gases. It would lead to other gases, and the purity of nanostructures was difficult to maintain. So future scope is to complete the characterization of these samples. For the characterization for, I am targeting for nanoporous material. Basically, I am targeting for nanoporous bismuth ferrite for hydroelectric generation. So these are my references. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Just mention two important uses of bismuth ferrites.
So bismuth ferrite is using in spintronic devices, and it has been used for multiferrite generation. Basically, magnetodielectric properties we have obtained the properties of magnetodielectric. So it is used, being used in semiconductor industries for MEMS. Basically, I have been studying these materials, ferrite materials, for MEMS.
Can it be used some sorts of magnetic material like permanent magnet?
Yes, sir, we can use.
So what is the role of bismuth?
So bismuth is ferroelectric as well as ferromagnetic. So if we want to use it in the space where we have to interact with electrical as well as magnetic fields, so it would be more convenient to use this material as compared to permanent magnets. So we have to use a lot of energy, magnetic energy, to demagnetize them if we want to demagnetize. So we can use it in switching properties like spintronics.
Okay, but I didn't find any kind of magnetic characterization. Probably you will do in future, right?
Yes, sir,
Okay. 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 Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Sarthak, yeah, your work is good, but it's not complete still.
Yes, sir, it's not complete.
So what I find that you have estimated particle size from DLS study.
Sir,
DLS
Scherer-
study, you
no,
have
sir, I have not used DRS till now.
XRD also you have shown, na?
XRD I have shown.
Acha, DLS you did not see.
DLS and XRD both. Sir,
Yeah,
with-
that's why I'm saying. So DLS you have used.
Sir, with DLS, I have mentioned that I have calculated hydrodynamic radius, but not particle size.
Okay, but you can calculate or estimate the particle size from DLS also.
Yes, sir, we can.
And you have to compare that one with your XRD study.
Yes, sir.
And also that has to be supported by TM study.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that you need to do.
So we were more focused on the synthesis part because bismuth ferrite materials are not easy to synthesize. Right? Pure phase.
Yeah,
bismuth
nowadays it's not that tough. Your
sir.
sol-gel autocombustion is very good method.
Right, right.
In fact, you don't need to calcine also. It is
Right,
possible to do
right.
in room temperature also. There are literature. We have
Yes.
also published a lot of paper on that. So only thing is you have to choose your precursor and you have to control the autocombustion.
Right, sir. All
Yeah.
the precursors should be utilized in the
Yeah.
combustion method.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Sarthak. Thank you, everyone, for attending, and a special thanks to our guests. With this, we come to a close of our technical session 3, day 1. And I shall see you all tomorrow. Until then, have a very good evening. Good night. Enjoy the weather. Gurgaon's being extra kind.